Alright, Meow. Hope you're doing well on this fine Wednesday. We had last beat Blaine in Mono Ghost, Rad Red 4.1 normal mode. We are off to Cerulean Cave to do the back-to-back battle, then Giovanni 3 double battle. After that, it's Claire, i.e. the Dragon Lady, a bunch of rival fights, Victory Road, then we're gonna get E4. In my best world, I'm able to beat Elite Four today, but there's some dark. Some of the fights on the way are a pain, and it really depends. I know for a fact we'll get to Indigo Plateau, and maybe we'll start doing E4 prep. In my head, I have a pretty good idea of who I more or less have to use, and that leaves like maybe one flex slot open. So we'll see how we do. I hope you've had a good Wednesday so far. Let's start building a team for the back-to-back. It's Archer with a Mamoswine, a Durant, a Mimikyu, a Mega Houndoom, a Hatterene, Rhyperior, Honchkrow Megamile from his cohort, Ariana. Then after that, it's me and Lance versus Geo3 in a double battle. So I think I want to go with someone who's going to be able to dunk on Mamoswine and not be super affected by the ice. Because I'm Ghost, I'll be immune to Endeavor. If I go Levitate, I'll be immune to Ground. So I'm thinking Sevi Noivern, probably with Earthquake and Shadow Sneak. Durant, I definitely want something fire. Mimikyu's gonna be rough because Ghost loses to Ghost. So as much as I'd like to use something like what's his face, it may not be enough. And then Mega Houndoom's gonna be rough because it's dark, fire, poison. I'm probably gonna go for something that resists the dark and maybe hold a Poison Berry. Ideally, I open with Steel against Hatterene, since that's what Fairy's weak to, but there's a lot of dark coverage in this fight. Thankfully, there's not as much dark coverage in the fight after. So I think it's going to be Levitate, Sevi Noivern, at the very least. Rock Ghost will Levitate. It'll probably be something like Shadow Sneak, Earthquake, Stealth Rock, and then I have another idea. I was thinking Prankster. Not Prankster, I was thinking Switcheroo. Switcheroo, you trade held item. So I'll specifically give it a bad held item, and since I outspeed, I'll be able to be like Lamau, Switcheroo. Alright, let's see. I would like Magicka, but there's only like 2 Mon with fire, so it's not super interesting. We don't have to worry about weather, so I don't need Prongles or Gorsk. I'm probably gonna bring Big Fist. I may bring Porum. I'm not sure. Probably not though. Alright, let's see. Yeah, we'll keep Noivern, we'll keep Big Fist. So basically 4 of them can go, I think. Let's see, what else does it look like? I will absolutely be in Chandelure for E4 though. Fire is going to be good for certain Mons, looking at you Melmetal. Shadow Tag so they can't swap out. Very funny. Especially since the AI has such a proclivity to swap out like literally every single time it's a matchup they don't like. Alright, let's see what we have. right, very good. I could also use Dragapult, but I don't think it's gonna help here. I could use Ghost. Oh, I could use Ghost Normal because I would be immune to everything but Play Rough. So maybe that's a play. Do I actually have anything though that would be super effective is the real question. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I wanted to use Lunala because Geist Beam ignores Disguise. I do have to be careful though, because as you know, Psychic Ghost is a 4x weakness to Dark. So that would hurt a lot. Like, major damage. Which is why I won't be able to use Lunala in Elite Four. You have Roaring Moon, you have Melmetal, not Melmetal, you have Yveltal. It's just not something I want to deal with. Let's see. Also, maybe Basculin. I'm not gonna bring any fighting because as much as I like to bring fighting, they'll just swap into a ghost and be immune. Let's see. Yeah, I'll see if Pupper has anything useful for that. We'll also grab Lunala while we're here. I won't need safety goggles for this fight because no one has a sleep move at least. Alright, let's see what else Hisuian Zorior can learn. I mean, I might just use Shadow Ball, you know. Alright, let's see. If I had a way to reliably inflict status, I would probably do that. I mean, I could do Wide Lens. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Yeah, that's super underwhelming. It's probably gonna have to be Shadow Ball. Sludge Bomb could also be an answer. It wouldn't be Stab though. Okay, I like that it can have a U-turn. That's useful. I was thinking about Shed Ninja, but there's too much Rock, Fire, Dark Flying in this double team. Or in this back-to-back. Honestly, I think I'll do Shadow Ball, Shadow Sneak. I'll grab U-turn because I am relatively fast. And then I'll grab something else. Alright, so I think that'll be alright, but I do want to use Lunala still. Pupper will be a backup for it, if you will, you know? Because we're going to want to use Geist Beam and one-hit it. And then we're going to want to hold probably a Ghost Berry. Because if I get hit by a dark move, I know I'm dead anyways, even through a Resistance Berry, since it's a 4x weakness. Oh, wow. It's 4x to both, even worse. So no, we'll have to do Focus Sash then. That way I absolutely get a move off. Okay, we'll do that. Let's find my Sash. I think someone might already be using it. Rindo. Weakness policy. Let's sort. Maybe I'll be able to find it easier that way. Oh no. So someone's holding it. Alright, let's find it that way. Move items. Who has it? That's actually a good question. No. Oh, right. Spiritomb, because I needed it to make sure I could actually kill Armoroche. That's fine. Alright. So that'll be for Lunala. The only concern there is it has Shadow Sneak. So there's a real guarantee it just Shadow Sneaks me if I don't get a clean swap and then I die. So Lunala may not be the answer. Alright. Hold on. Oops. Alright, let's see. Now, if I think it was Crafty Guard or Quick Guard, that'd be the one that blocks priority. It has to be Ice Beam, because I need to make absolutely certain I go through the disguise. We're gonna ditch Defog for now. Oh, I think that'll be alright. $182. I think we'll be fine for that. So we're gonna use Lunala for her. We're gonna lead with Noivern. We're gonna Stealth Rock, Earthquake, U-turn. Probably, as much as I want to do Switcheroo. Actually, no, I will do Switcheroo. I'll just get rid of U-turn. As much as I don't like that. Mainly because the priority move is going to be useful to have. And when you have two Mom or priority move, the one that's actually faster gets to go. Alright, I need to get Switcheroo on that. That way we can steal the Focus Sash. Even if I don't get to keep the Sash, it not having Sash is fine, you know. I need a Fire type as well, ideally one with Flash Fire, so I can get a swap in on at least one Mon. Alright, we'll do that. That'll be fine. And then when I think about items... maybe Toxic Orb? I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I'm gonna go Toxic Orb. And we'll try to Switcheroo it, so it gets stuck with it. HQ, hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. If you're referring to me as cool, that is very cool. I hope you and the cats are doing well. We're theory crafting for the back-to-back battle in Cerulean Cave. You have to fight 8 Mon with your 6, and it's difficult because you don't get to heal between rounds. The idea is, it is difficult. The idea here, since we're faster, we're gonna try to Switcheroo to change the held item, and I'm gonna be holding a detrimental held item in case this works out. Then I'm gonna have Fire for Durant. I'm gonna have Lunala ideally for Mimikyu, because Mimikyu has an ability called Disguise, which means it basically eats a hit for free and takes little to no damage. Geist Beam ignores that. But Lunala is 4x weak to Ghost, and Mimikyu is Shadow Sneak. So I'm hoping I can get a clean swap and I live. Because otherwise it'll just Shadow Sneak twice in a row and kill me. Thank you. We have Big Fist with no guard. I'm gonna probably hold a Dark Berry because there's a lot of dark coverage. Alright. Pupper is also a backup for Lunala because it'll be immune to everything but play rough. I'm willing to do it slightly. Hold on. Let me go to my filter. You're gonna have to let me know if it's getting better or worse because I don't remember which way it needs to go. Alright, let me know if that's better or worse. Worse? Okay, thank you. Alright. Alright. How about now? Is that better? Alright, so let's see what we're doing with Pupper. It's realistically going to be Shadow Ball, which we have now from Morty. Gonna grab Shadow Sneak just so I have a priority move. Alright. Shadow Ball as well because it's stronger with special. Alright. Yeah, I'm not. I will not turn off the music. I appreciate you willing to put up with it. Alright. So we'll keep Shadow Sneak, we keep Knock, we keep all that. I think we are gonna do Wide Lens just so I can land a debuff, maybe. We're gonna keep the U-turn. I think I'll keep Knockoff as well. Yeah, we'll do that. Yes, exactly. It's a doggo. So Pupper is absolutely what we went with. It sucks too, because the AI can see through illusion. So literally the only thing I get out of illusion is the fact that it does 30% more damage until the disguise is broken. All right, let's see. We're gonna go speed up special defense down on that. We also need to get its level up more. The level cap is 79. I still need a proper steel mon to deal with Hatterene. It's probably gonna be Aegis Slash. So I think illusion doing 30% more damage is special for this because the mainline games don't have improved AI that can read what you have, read what your abilities are, read your held items, etc. So that was very likely a thing just for Rad Red. Alright, so then it was gonna be probably Aegis Slash, because my only other one would be Gimme Ghoul, and Hatterene has a higher... Words are hard. Special defense. Yeah, exactly. It's not much, but 30% more damage is a lot. So, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. We're gonna go Akaberry because there's a lot of fire. Let's see. That'll realistically be fine. Alright, so Noivern is meant to open and deal with Mamoswine. I think I do need to get rid of Dinner because I still need an answer for Durant. Alright. And if that doesn't work out, I'll have to make adjustments accordingly. Yes, words are indeed very hard. Let's see. Probably Skeledirge, because Torch Song does a good amount of damage, and it gets stronger for every time he uses it. Also, it's relatively tanky, which is nice, because I'm gonna need to use it against Durant, who is gonna Hone Claw and then probably try to Iron Head or X-Scissor me. Yeah. I'm glad you like these mons. I like Skeledirge because he's a spooky ghost crocodile. And obviously he has ties to Mexico because Day of the Dead. Yeah, I know it's right. It's crazy. We're gonna go defense up because that whatever move that Durant uses is really gonna hurt. And we don't have to worry about the speed because I know we're never outspeeding him. Are you hanging out with one of your cats right now? Actually, we'll go bold instead. And we like unaware, so when they try to buff themselves, I don't have to worry about that. I'm probably gonna ditch one of those. Not sure yet, though. Alluring Song was for Lance, not Lance. Was for another battle just in case, but I haven't needed to use it yet. I think I might be able to learn Scorched Sands, so maybe we go that. Let me double check Skeledirge. Actually, I'll go Yawn because it's crowd control. That'll be clever, I think. Okay, love that. That is, I'm glad cats in your eyes are able to consent. And as such, I'm glad you respect those laws because it is important. We'll do that. I think it'll be fine. Alright, so let's see. We need to put Steel in the top right because whoever's in the top right, if your first one is dead, that's who comes out next. Probably a... Dark's gonna hurt. So we absolutely are gonna go Colberberry. Skeledirge. We're also gonna go Colberberry. Yeah, I think we can get it. All right, let's go. So we go to Viridian. We try to fight Giovanni, and the guy's like, "Hey man, you gotta come here. Mewtwo is acting up." So you know, we're on our way to do that. Thank you. And because I don't want to redo any of that, we save. I think this is the right way. Ah! Not that way, though. Yoink. We always have to fight this guy. Get the stealth rock going. Oh yeah, I was gonna switcheroo. I totally forgot. Oh well. Let's see what hydration ends up having. Okay. Haha. I think it has levitate, so we're not even gonna bother. I don't think I get to go first here, so I'm gonna swap out. All right. So easy. Save again. Let me read this. Okay. I love that for you. I don't love that your cats refuse to eat, but I love that you were able to help someone out and it didn't go to waste. Okay. Yep, I completely agree. So good on you, HQ. I like that. And yeah, that is pretty apt that you are one of their humans now. Oh no. Aha. Yep. Lord willing, the new cat food ends up helping. That would certainly be ideal. I remember my dog was a pain to feed, especially towards the end of his life. So I guess I can kind of understand that. Let's swap out. Big Fist. We'll go Stone Edge. I normally don't get to use Stone Edge, but having no guard means I never miss, which is awesome. Same with Dynamic Punch. All right. This is where the battle is, so we're gonna do two things. We're gonna save. Oh, don't worry about it, it's fine. It was a long time ago. I absolutely feel some guilt about the whole thing, but it wasn't a good time in my life, let's put it that way. And then the second thing I was gonna do was Pallas cats, since someone's here before they decide to pass out because they're eepy. No, I do not right now at least. So I appreciate you asking though. Let me see if we can find Pallas cat. Let's see. More from Travel for Animals. Same song as usual, but you know what? It's actually fine. Little guy from Budapest. I love the white around the mouth, the Cheeto ring. Such a little guy. Yeah, I love that this reminds you of your cat. The orange Pete's are also very funny. With that long stripy tail. Ooh, second one. Let's go. This is a litter of 6, so I'm surprised it's usually just one, with the occasional other one in the background. Yeah, it is, it very much looks like that. And like the soles slash back of their feet are almost always orange like that. But you have ones like Dunzi, which is a Chinese Meownwell. They have brownish tan boots. But then you have other ones like Nar, who looks like he's wearing white long socks. Let me see if I can pull up one of Dunzi, since Dunzi is such a good boy. Once it actually decides to play. There we go. Yes. Yes, I did. Thank you. And yeah, he is so soft. He's a very good boy. The Chinese Meownwell, they kind of have an issue with genetic diversity, and we're hoping that with more Meownwell around the world, maybe they'll be able to basically do like a trade offer. You know, that would, we need to help. We don't want it to be like cheetah, where back in the day, it was literally just cheetahs all doing inbreeding because that's all they had. Let me find some more Meownwell that have different color boots. Let's see. I have a good one of Nar somewhere. Yeah, it would. I would hope it helps. There's Nar. You can definitely see bottom left. It looks like he's wearing socks. Big fan. Nar's a good boy. He is the male at Nasu Animal Kingdom, who is the mate of Az. Az had kittens early this spring. They're known as the Kanji 4 because of their names. I think, honestly, it's less of a subtle stretch and somewhat of a threat display. When these cats feel threatened, they get big. And that's kind of what he's doing, but it could also be a stretch. Another example of it being similar to a threat display, let me find the one with Polly, where Polly basically tries to throw hands at Bull, and it does not work out for her. Here we go. Polly on the left. Yeah, summer coat. They aren't always thick and fluffy. So yeah, Bull is on the right. He's the one that just got attacked. This is also at the Nasu Animal Kingdom. Oh yeah. Bull is not pleased. He was literally minding his own business and Polly started throwing hands. Yeah, I know. I love it. Bull didn't even have to hit her. That's how powerful his aura is. But they love each other. I refer to them as the royal couple. There's pictures of them just sitting together in the sun being happy. And far and wide, Bull is like the only one that Polly doesn't seem to hate, compared to her constantly abusing Lev, which, let's be real, is a damn shame. Here's one of Bull and Polly. This is probably Bull, and that's probably Polly. But we love them. They're very good. One more funny one. Let me see if it's a video, though. Yeah, exactly. There's very much different activities between those two, so you don't really have to be concerned. Oh, right, since spooky season's coming up. I also didn't know this was from Mario Party or like Mario 64 because, you know, I never got to play video games as a kid. So this is a good bit of fun. I think this would have been at the Big Cat Sanctuary in the UK. Yep, he sure does. I love that little wink too. Whee! That's understandable. I never got to do spooky season growing up. So for me, it's always been just a day where people have candy and I don't. Yeah, that's fair. I'm glad you have at least one season that's less bad. Let's see. Yeah, it does suck, and I've more or less had to accept that. Okay, let's see if our plan works out regarding this. All right. All right, let's make sure everyone's healed and such. Yep, okay, very good. Yes, they do have Mimikyu as well. All right, so we're gonna switcheroo to steal Focus Sash. And he gets Toxin Orb, so he gets poisoned. I lose Focus Sash, which is ultimately fine, but it means he doesn't have Focus Sash, which is why I did that. Wow, that did nowhere near enough damage. I'm gonna reset that. For some reason, I thought that would actually be fine, and it was nowhere near fine enough. So I know what we'll do then. Let's see. Yeah, I could have sworn that was gonna be enough, but I forgot that ground is 1 times the ground because of the ice. Okay, so let's see what we're doing instead. So already the plan's completely fallen through. Okay, so knowing that, I mean, that could work. Let's see if I have Shadow Sneak. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that. I think we'll be fine. And then we'll go... We need to leave Aegis Slash in the top right. We'll go Air Balloon, because I don't want to get hit by, what's it called? Words are hard. I don't want to get hit by Earthquake. All right. So yeah, I'll show you what happened more or less. So I'll pull up Mamoswine. So for some reason, I thought Mamoswine was 2 times weak to ground, which is why I used Earthquake. The idea between Switcheroo was to get rid of his Focus Sash. I gave him Toxin Orb to poison him, but it all fell apart because Earthquake did not do the appropriate amount of damage. All right. So what we'll do instead Flamethrower. I don't love it, but it's fine. I don't think this kills. It does. So yeah, that also did not work. So that's underwhelming. I'm gonna have to change it up again, which is honestly fine. It's better to figure out this now. All right, let's see. And I know we're not gonna outspeed, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna save. I always forget about something whenever I do these fights. All right, so we're gonna go. Problem is, if I go dynamic punch, no, I will never nuzlocke this. All right, so that's awesome. And he's confused. I'm now gonna hit him with the Shadow Sneak, and I'm gonna hope between Shadow Sneak and confusion that it's enough. Ah, it's not. You hate to see it. All right, so in comes Mimikyu. He's faster. He's absolutely gonna Shadow Sneak. So I'm kind of okay losing Big Fist because I needed the clean swap for Lunala. Geist Beam would kill Lunala. We have to get out of here now because we just died to basically anything from Houndoom. This is probably a dark move. Okay, nice. We can't switcheroo here, sadly. I think he goes Sucker Punch if I go Earthquake, but I gotta try. Not great. Not great, but we're getting there. Okay. It was not enough. Well, that's a reset. So now that I know that I am abandoning that one strat for realsies, I can definitely change up the moveset on Noivern. All right. So yeah, we'll do that instead, because I will be faster. Then it's gonna be Colbur Berry, because I am gonna have to eat a dark move. I have been able to use Switcheroo before, but it did not play out like I would have liked. Uh-oh. I mean, you can always brush your teeth again, you know. Sometimes I'll brush my teeth like 4 times a day because my mouth will feel gross, but then I will be hungry, you know. All right, we're gonna save. All right, that's fine. Nice. Mimikyu. I actually don't want to lose Lunala now that I think about it. Geist Beam, very good. Houndoom's gonna come in and do Houndoom things. Lamau. Rock Slide. We kill. This is where I needed to get my other Mon in. Iron Head is gonna do a lot of damage here. Let's see. Nice. Awesome. All right. So that went well. I am sorry to hear that. That is definitely something I'm grateful to not deal with. I have some issues, but I'm still able to brush my teeth and not be overly affected. All right, round 2. So Aegis Slash, we're gonna Sword Dance here, then we're gonna Iron Head. Trick Room, I don't care that much because I do have Slowmon. Mystical Fire, we held the Akka Berry specifically for this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not something I love. All right, so Rhyperior, it's probably gonna be... It's probably Heat Crash. It could also be Earthquake. All right. Let's see what he ends up going with. Okay, so he's probably gonna want to Heat Crash again. I need to stall out some turns on Trick Room. 2 turns left on Trick Room. Okay. Not great. We have 1 turn left on Trick Room. I'm gonna go Stealth Rock. Trick Room is off, so I get to go first again. It is gonna activate his weakness policy, which I don't love. Not great. Alright, Honchkrow, this is probably Sucker Punch. Or Night Slash. Oh, great. Yeah, this is a reset. I fucked up. Which means I have to do the whole thing all over again. Yep, so not great. Yes. I'm not sure if it's a custom sprite, but it is indeed something. So we need to do better. Alright. We know how to do it, so it's not nearly as bad this time. Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. We didn't crit this time. Okay. Very nice. Probably Sucker Punch. Nice, okay. So we're on to fight 2. Interesting. Goes into Honchkrow right off the jump, which I'm fine with. I was hoping it wouldn't one hit like that, but sadly it did. Okay, so we're not in a great position here. I might be able to Shadow Sneak, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You hate to see it, really. There you go, that's fine. I'm going to try to get Will-O-the-Wisp off, so at least it'll lose some damage and take periodic damage each turn. Okay. Gonna get a bit of an eel. Nice. Love to see it. Nice. We're gonna get a bit of an eel. Hit him with a Moonblast. Hatterene. We're gonna Geist Beam. Mile, this is gonna hurt. You hate to see it. So that was not bad, but sadly we still didn't get there. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good day, HQ, and take care. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. We almost did it, so I know it's doable. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I think we're just gonna get rid of Golurk. I'm gonna use Aqua Jet on Basculegion, and that'll probably be enough, honestly. It was certainly worth a try, though, that way. Let's see. Store. Alright, Basculegion. And then we'll give you a, we're gonna go Choice Band, because I'm only using Aqua Jet anyways. Provided I already have Choice Band. If I don't, then silly me. I do have Choice Band, awesome. We love that for me. Okay. There we go, we'll try this. Harder than I would have liked, but we're doing it. Okay, very good. I'm locked into Aqua Jet, and I am faster. Yep, that's fine. Lunala with the Geist Beam. Noivern. Rock Slide. I think it wants to Sucker Punch again. Okay, Durant, that's fine. We go into Skeledirge. We Torch Song. Houndoom takes some damage from that. We love it. I'm honestly gonna swap out. Ah, darn. Well, Hopper ended up doing nothing there. Feels really bad. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of it. Yeah, this is a worse position than before. Not great. Okay. Alright, so yeah, Pupper's gonna go because I'm able to use Lunala to deal with that, which means maybe I can get a different ground mon in. Like Runerigus with Shadow Shield. Let's see. Alright. I mean, I could use my own Mimikyu, but the issue there is Houndoom has poison. Baloo will resist, and close combat will hit hard. So I think we'll do that. Let's see. I just have to know that it'll be useless on a different mon. We're also going to grab Assault Vest to give it generic tankiness. Since it's, well, actually, no, Protect will fail, I think, so we can get rid of Protect for something else entirely. Let's see. Having a priority move will be nice. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so let's see. I think this will be better. Honestly, this is so much harder than Geo3. There is RNG in Geo3, but it's not Brendan that you're fighting with, so you have a halfway competent teammate, which is really nice. Okay, Durant, that's relatively interesting. We go into Skeledirge. We're gonna Torch Song. We broke Mimikyu's Sash. You hate to see it. Okay, I gotta figure out how I'm doing this. There we go. I don't love it, but it's fine. Skeledirge. Okay. Honestly, I'm gonna try to get the yawn in. Okay. We'll go into Noivern. He's asleep at least, so it doesn't matter anymore. Very nice. Oh, you hate to see it, really. This was worse. I'm not pleased with this. This was worse. That swap, it ruined me for this, so that's definitely not working. Feels bad, man. All right, let's see. I may have to go back to the initial one, you know? All right. Mimikyu. We're just gonna Aqua Jet. We get the clean swap with Lunala. Beautiful. Swap into Noivern. Rock Slide. He probably Sucker Punches. He does not. He goes Durant. We go into Skeledirge. We Torch Song. We kill. Houndoom's back in. Ah, you hate to see it, really. Okay, we're fine. So now we have Lunala, which is not great, but we're gonna Ice Beam for the kill. I'm gonna hope it wants to go Sucker Punch. It did. We can stay in because we are gonna die. So instead I'm gonna swap out. Actually, no. I'm gonna try to get the Moonblast off. I'm gonna hope that Shadow Shield keeps me from dying. It does. That's huge. Okay. All right. Close combat, sadly not enough. Ironhead, almost enough. We're gonna Moonlight because I know we're faster. Moonlight, I know we're faster. Moonlight, I know we're faster. Moonblast. This is probably death, though. I had to try. We got it, but we're really lucky he didn't Sucker Punch after I was low. So now we gotta prep for Geo3. Let's just get there. I will come back and get close combat TM. I have several mon I can use it on. All right, we save here. I'm gonna grab some water and we'll be ready for Geo3. All right, so we're back. Geo3, you only have 3 mons. Lance has 3 mon. He leads with a Dragapult. Cosplay Gamer Yumi, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the lurk. We just beat the back-to-back battle of Ariana and Archer in Cerulean Cave. Now we're off to Geo3. It's a double battle. He leads with Tapu Lele and Scrafty. There's going to be Psychic Terrain. We're going to be getting rid of that with Defog. Your partner has Dragapult, Dialga, and Mega Salamence. One of the reasons why this fight's bullshit is you have to deal with multiple mon with flinch. Losing your turn sucks. Mega Mewtwo, as soon as it dies, it comes back to life and Mega Evolves, and then it gets to go again. So if you're doing a Nuzlocke, that's brutal. I watched someone, Big Lumby 420, he does Rad Red, he does Nuzlocks of it. He has lost at least 3 Nuzlocks to Geo3 because of a flinch, or because the partner AI does something that is not ideal. Double battles suck, especially with the AI and this being as good as it is. I hope you've been well, Cosplay Gamer Yumi. If you're doing Pokemon tonight, I'll make sure to check it out. I'll probably check out the Resident Evil 2 on Friday. Alright, so I think we're gonna open with Lunala so we can Moonblast the Scrafty. We have Shadow Shield, so have full HP when we get hit with the knockoff. I am gonna hold the Cobra Berry so it does proc. I'm probably gonna want Fighting Ghost to deal with Excadrill and T-Tar. I'm not sure what I'm gonna use for Celesteela yet. And then I want Dark Ghost for Mega Mewtwo, so the only thing it can hit me with is Flamethrower. And I hope one of those 3 mons can learn Defog so we can get rid of the Psychic Terrain. Because Expanding Dong hits really hard in Psychic Terrain. Then after that it's Claire, a bunch of rival battles, then Victory Road. Alright, let's see what we're gonna do. We are gonna lead with Lunala. I'm not sure what current level cap is, so I'm gonna check. We're gonna use Baloo. Alright. It legit might be this, because, well, actually no, let me see who else can learn Defog. I may have to just fight through the Psychic Terrain. Let's see. Okay, Lunala has Defog, awesome. So we don't need that then. That actually works for us. So we will ditch Noivern for now. And then we're gonna grab Spiritomb. We're gonna keep the Assault Vest, I think. Play Rough, Ice Punch, Close Combat, Shadow Sneak. All of those are like fine and useful. Actually, no, I'm gonna ditch. I'm going to ditch Ice Punch for Fire Punch, because that'll get use on Celesteela. Provided I can find it. Let's give Lunala Defog while we're here. We'll ditch Psychic for now. We can always get it back later. I'm gonna feel really dumb if for some reason I was gonna say, we do have it though, so it's fine. So we'll do that. I think that'll be fine. Okay, so Lunala with Colbur to ward off the inevitable dark move that comes in. We have Defog to get rid of the psychic terrain. Baloo with an assault vest. Fire Punch, close combat, play rough, and Shadow Sneak. And then Spiritomb, Sucker Punch, protect, Pursuit. It occurs to me that Shadow Sneak's gonna work if Shadow Sneak won't work if the terrain's up, but ideally we get rid of the psychic terrain. And then we'll go Citrus, I think, for generic healing. I can always adjust if it's not enough. We just need to shore up the levels and then we'll be good to go. All right, let's go. And then Giovanni basically takes himself out after this, and Claire takes and take over his job. All right, let's go. That's fine. We Moonblast the Scrafty. Spirit Shackle is gonna kill the Tapu Lele. We love that. Actually, Moonblast might not. No, it does. I was gonna say it's a 4x weakness. Okay, so Mewtwo, Celesteela. I don't love that. We need to get rid of the Celesteela, but I want to get rid of the terrain more. Expanding Dong, it's gonna hurt. All right, no more psychic terrain. We love that. I'm probably dead. I don't love it. Okay, went in on Dragapult. That's not the worst thing in the world. Beast Boost, you definitely don't want to see that. It would be overkill. Let's see. It'd be overkill, but we want to get rid of Mewtwo. It's going to come back to life with Mega Mewtwo shenanigans. Then we're going to try to hit it with Geist Beam. Okay, that's fine. I don't love that, though. Nice, Mega Mewtwo gone. That's huge. I'm gonna probably get out because I'm dead here. Let's go Baloo. We want to Fire Punch the Celesteela. Celesteela is dead, so I don't have to. We'll probably Fire Punch the Excadrill then. Okay. Let's go on T-Tar because 4x weakness, so close combat probably one hits. That's fine. Salamence is still available on Lance's side. Not a fan of knockoff. T-Tar dead. Love to see it. We Shadow Sneak the Excadrill. Honestly, easiest Geo 3 ever. That's awesome. Now we're on to Claire, which is not going to be fun because there's Dark. There's a bunch of other things. It's not going to be fun, but we're going to do it. And I have at least one Firemon that I can swap in to eat the Flare Blitz. All right, thank you. Off to fight Claire. I mean, we have to build a team, though. So let's go to that. All right. So we're gonna Prankster to taunt the Aerodactyl. That way we don't have to deal with Stealth Rock. We're gonna go probably Mimikyu holding a Steelberry for Roaring Moon. We're gonna go probably Ice or Fairy for Dragonite. The tricky thing is if he gets hit by something he's super weak to, he gets a buff via weakness policy. There's a world where I switcheroo the weakness policy. I might do that. Magarna, we're gonna want fire or we're gonna want ground. I kind of have an answer to that. Gouging fire is probably gonna be the hardest one because flash fire, it does negate the flare blitz, but we still have to eat an earthquake or a dragon claw. And then Naganadel, I'm not too worried about Naganadel, but it needs to die before it gets basically the ball rolling with like beast boost. All right, let's go. Thank you. Let's fly over to Viridian and we'll put a team together for Claire. All right. Probably not Lunala, not Baloo, and not Spiritomb either. We are gonna go Mega Sableye so we can Prankster the taunt. That way the only thing he can do is Stone Edge or Earthquake, which will of course hurt. I'll have to probably hold a Focus Sash just so I don't die. Or I may let it die and be like, hey, this doesn't really matter. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna grab Noivern. We're gonna grab Big Fist. We're gonna grab Sableye. Will-o'-the-Wisp wouldn't do anything there, sadly. We're gonna grab Porum. Okay, what else? Alright, Spiritomb's the one who can absolutely go. Let's get their levels up to where they need to be. No sense in being under leveled. You don't get any points for it. All right. I think I'm gonna go Basculin. That'll be an answer for, that'll be a possible answer for Gouging Flame. I'll do a heckin' Wave Crash, and it'll need to be enough, you know? We're gonna go Magica with Shadow Tag. So no swapping out for them. And then I'm gonna hold a, let's see. I'm gonna hold a Groundberry. Magica, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. I'm finishing the touches for the team on Claire. We wanna get to E4 today. Best case scenario, we beat E4, but we probably don't. Yes, better late than never. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by yet again. All right, let's see. Oh, I was gonna do Barry. Right. All right, so Shucka. Shadow Tag so they can't swap out. Shadow Ball. I'm gonna keep Flamethrower, but I'm gonna ditch Will-o'-the-Wisp and Shadow Energy Ball, I think. You probably needed those 12 hours, and I hope you slept well. All right. I mean, fruit is good for you, so I love that for you. We're gonna grab Scorched Sands, and then we're gonna grab no. No. Yeah. Why not? You can have a little psychic as a treat. Well, yeah, it was an issue. Honestly, the hardest part was getting to Team 2 with enough Mon. As expected, Sucker Punch was a huge issue, so I was kind of able to use things like Yawn, Moonlight, Funny Third Thing to help with the Sucker Punch AI, and for some reason, the AI didn't Sucker Punch me when my Skeledirge was at like 20 HP, and it could have. It was literally a 50-50. But we got there. Then honestly, the double battle with Lance and Geo did it first try. I opened with Lunala, and Lunala / Dialga were basically able to kill almost all his Mons. Then I had to swap into someone else. All right, let's take on Claire. Okay. Oh, I might have to go back to the tutor because I don't have it anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. Initially, I was gonna switcheroo the Focus Sash, but now I'm gonna switcheroo the, what's it called? I'm gonna switcheroo the weakness policy from Dragonite. And then we use Defog to get rid of the Psychic Terrain in the double battle. All right, save, let's go. In my mind, I have 5 Mon already selected for E4. There's 1 flex slot, then the joy of figuring out how far I can get before having to rebuild the team from scratch. All right, let's go, Claire. All right, no Stealth Rock. Honestly, she did her job, and that's what matters. Ideally, I land Will-O-the-Wisp here, but obviously 85 accuracy. We land it, very nice. Okay, I'm gonna swap into, let's see. Oh, I forgot to go back to Ice Punch. This will be fine though, I think. Yeah, exactly. Aqua Jet. That's fine. He's not weak to it. We go into Noivern. I think I'm still faster. We are. We switcheroo weakness policy. You get a Colbur Berry, not like it matters. I would have been better off doing Toxic Orb, but I honestly forgot. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Which is more or less what I've had to do. Rock Slide. That's a lot of Dragon Dance. That's very scary. I don't think this is enough, but we're gonna try. It was. Okay, we're fine. I think I'm still faster, so we're gonna go for Rock Slide. I'm probably still faster. I am not faster. Okay. I think I'm still faster. Doesn't matter. Honestly, I'm gonna get some damage in with Wave Crash. I'm not gonna get some damage in with Wave Crash, apparently. Yes. Yes, Shud Ninja is on the team. Fake out. Taunt, no more. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sometimes taunt actually doesn't work on him. All right. Play rough. That's gonna be Magearna. Good thing I didn't do Trick Room. It actually would have fucked me. All right, I'm not a fan of that. I think this is enough. It is, barely. All right. We are getting outsped, sadly. So we're gonna get some chip damage in with Shadow Sneak. Oh, the flinch! The double flinch! Yeah. No. Lunala is not coming in on E4. Yveltal, Roaring Mid, a bunch of Dark on Agatha. There's zero world I bring that in. Alright, so that's a redo. I can't get past this. Too many flinches in a row. So that's not bad for our first attempt, all things considered. Alright. So we fake out. We taunt. We Will-O-The-Wisp. We go into... Alright, Wave Crash. We go into Noivern. We Switcheroo. We Rock Slide. We Shadow Sneak. We Rock Slide. I don't love it. Fake out. Not enough, but it's kind of okay. There you go. Earthquake. Oh, the leftovers. I think he's gonna swap into Roaring Mid. Okay. Yeah, not great. Alright, very good. Even with Trick Room. Yep, that's a reset. I'll let you know when we get there. I have to get past I have to get past like 2 hours of Rival and Victory Road first. Alright. There we go. Save. Run that back. That was better, but sadly we didn't get there. Alright. Fake out. Taunt. Will-O-The-Wisp. Wave Crash. We're locked in. Sadly we die. Feels really fucking bad. We're gonna Switcheroo. Rock Slide. Rock Slide. Shadow Sneak. Rock Slide. Nope. Feels bad. Earthquake. Nice. Love to see it. Earthquake. That's not gonna be enough. Oh, we live at 1, hell yeah. Shadow Sneak for chip damage. Nice, love to see it. This is actually tough. I'm probably dead here. I'm gonna try to get the Trick Room off. Hell yeah, that's actually kind of nice. All right, not bad. We're gonna fake out. We're gonna taunt so it can't do any more nasty plot. And we got it. 3rd time's the charm. Yeah. All right. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, I guess that's what it was. All right. So, yeah. All right, off to 1 of 2 rival battles. I started with fire, so it's gonna be this team. All right, let's go. Thank you, Drago Meteor. You'll love to see it. All right, let's see how we want to play this. All right, we can, I think I'm gonna keep the team aside from changing out Mimikyu. And then I'll go I'm already gonna be outsped, so I have a different idea, I think. All right. I may end up ditching Sableye in this. What do you mean new ghost type? Like, are there ghosts that I can actually catch now? I think there's like 1 or 2. But my team's more or less already locked in mentally. So I'll take a gander at like all the raid dens and such, and all like the roamers and things. But I don't think there's any. All right. think that'll be fine. I mean, the way I'll kind of walk you through the process, and Mega Gengar is not one of them, because Mega Gengar is very frail. Poison is good against fucking no one, and while Shadow Tag is nice, I already have Chandelure with Shadow Tag. So right off the jump, Shedinja's locked in place. Mimikyu is locked in place because I need Fairy to wall Dragon. I need Stab Fire, Stab Ground, and or Stab Fighting, because those are all the types that I've historically had to deal with Melmetal, to deal with Dialga, and to deal with more Steel. So that right there is 5 slots right off the jump, which means leaves 1 slot open. All right, let's see how this goes. Thank you. All right, let's go. All right, sadly you can switch the Mega. I did not expect that swap, but that's mainly because the times I've used Switcheroo, they've had Megas and they never did that. So I accept that I'm basically dead here, and I don't love that. It's probably gonna Shell Smash right off the jump. Yep, sure did. Not enough. It's gonna have to be Focus Sash. No, I did not. I tried to Switcheroo Sharp Beak to poison the Staraptor, and it swapped in a Mega in response. So, as I literally explained 30 seconds ago, I've had fights with Switcheroo where the enemy had Megas, and they never did that. So this is a reset, and that's fine. We're gonna Focus Sash the Sinistcha then. And then we'll go Colbur. And then we'll ditch Switcheroo for something else. Yep, he sure is. There we go. We'll save. All right. That's fine. Not great, but we're getting the damage in. Oh boy. I mean, that's fine. That was pretty much expected. There we go. All right. But luckily that wasn't Nasty Plot or Shell Smash. Nope, it doesn't need to apparently. All right, fuck me, Lamau. Let's see. This is probably a reset. Fake out. Taunt. No shell smash. Meownwell. Not great. Not a fan. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to ditch dinner as well. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. So far, we're locked into that. Okay. Nice. We're not gonna outspeed. Not enough, but we're okay. This is gonna be a problem though. I think I just have to accept that I'm gonna die. Sadly. Of course I don't have energy ball anymore. Not bad, all things considered, but yeah, I definitely have to make some changes. So I'll put energy ball back on Chandelure and we'll ditch Basculegion. All right. Where are you? Sometimes I'm lucky enough to be able to have a team that beats Claire, and it can literally beat all the rivals. Obviously, I have to change the teams for when I get to, what's it called? Victory Road. But it would seem this is definitely not an instance where I can do that. All right, let's see. And that's fine. Can't win them all. Can't even win some of them. All right. All right, we're gonna grab Taro. We're gonna keep the Colbur Berry because it will probably Dark Pulse, which gets boosted by Maga Launcher. Rare Candy, where are you? There you are. Okay, I think that's fine. We're gonna run it back. All right, let's go. Instantly swaps out, that's fine. Shell Smash, not a fan. The Flinch, we automatically reset because Flinch is cringe. Nothing I can do about that. Literally can't play around Flinch. All right, Rock Slide. We don't flinch, we one hit. Love to see it. We live at one. We're dead here. So we swap out. We go into Big Fist. We Earthquake. Earthquake again. Swap out. We're gonna go into Taro. Not great. Leaf Blade. Not too bad. Fake out. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Shadow Sneak, very nice. None of those are great. We do land the 85. You love to see it. Rock Slide. King Gambit is going to be extremely powerful. I am not looking forward to this. Yeah, this is looking like a reset again. But honestly, that wasn't bad. I don't feel bad about this. I don't think that we're gonna lose, but you know, nothing I can do about it. All right. Yeah. So that was the closest we've gotten. That is absolutely winnable. I just got hashtag unlucky. All right, we get the lucky crit. Love to see it. Oh, that's not great. Okay, that's fine. Sneasler, going to Big Fist. Oh, the sleep. You hate to see it, truly. Okay. We know we're kind of fucked here, so we're just gonna do that. Nice. You love to see it. Sadly, none of those are gonna be a thing, so we need to swap out. Haha, no sucker punch for you. Not great, but we can still fake out and shadow sneak. I think this is nasty plot. No, it's just whatever. Okay, that's fine. We're definitely not gonna be able to taunt though. Get some damage in, get some damage in. It's actually not that bad. Nice. All right, first try. Love to see it. So I'm gonna take a look at what we might be able to get. All right. Fluttermane is probably the only mon I can get. Technically Pecharunt as well. So I feel like Disguise on Mimikyu is very strong. Being able to eat a hit, that's kind of nice. I do like how strong Fluttermane is, so I'm not sure yet. I'm probably leaning towards Fluttermane not replacing. Alright, let's get to Rival. Rival 2 Electric Boogaloo, and we'll have to make a team for him as well. Alright. Ah! You hate to see it, really. So, Magica, what have you been up to today? Did you have a good Wednesday so far? Oh yeah, I can't use it anyways. Okay, let's work on the team. We're swapping out Sableye for Spiritomb. Gonna hit it with a fat sucker punch, and it's gonna fucking die after that, because it'll probably try to swap out, and I'll Pursuit. Oh no, yeah, you are absolutely correct. The 12 hours of sleep. I would make an argument that it's downhill once you wake up. At least that's my opinion of life. I'm glad that the time you've been awake has been good. All right. Store. Okay. Maybe. Probably not. Let's see. Gotta do some quick rare candying. I'm kind of feeling Lunala for this. I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, we're gonna ditch Sinishaw, and we're gonna grab, I think I know who. Store. Let's grab Skeledirge. We're gonna torch song that Jirachi. Let's see how that plays out. I'll adjust if I have to. Alright. Save again. That way we can get back into it right off the jump. Not gonna lie, I was really hoping the AI would at least try. So now we know that it's gonna be Pursuit right off the jump instead. And watch as I go to do Pursuit, it doesn't leave. See? Supercell's in my head. I hate it. Yep, so I can't even do that. I basically have to go for the Sucker Punch and accept that it might swap out. Fucking game. Alright. There you go. You can't win. Alright. Okay, we can live that. We can go we can go Citrus Berry. Okay. I'm gonna make it so it can't leave. Fuck it. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. Save again. Well, that was not enough damage. I honestly thought I'd be fine. It turns out I was wrong. And I love being wrong, because this is fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, suck it. All right. All right. Oh, that's so lame. All right. Noivern. Not Noivern, the other one. Well, that's gonna need to be a sash. So cringe. You hate to see it, really. Just when I think I have it down pat, everything changes for real. Alright. We'll get there eventually. All right, that's fine. Double shell smash. Bold. We really need to not flinch here. Or it'll just go into someone who flies and avoid it entirely, which is exactly what happened. You hate to see it, really, but, you know, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, how are we doing this? That's fine. We take that. Not a fan, but it's okay. Ice Shard, get fucked. Ice Shard again. Flying fighting. It might not be enough, but with self-damage it'll probably kill itself in a video game. It does not. I was wrong. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Ah, the flinch. You hate to see it, truly. Of course. Crap. That's fine. I'm dead here. We're gonna swap. Really? There we go. All right, first try. Let's go. All right, we're gonna Breb. Then it's the long road that is a bunch of terrible trainers in Victory Road. We'll also do Pallas Cat coverage when we come back. Alright, and we're back. So let me pull up some Pallas Cats. We're also gonna try to do at least some crime coverage today. I'm probably gonna go over the Legal Eagle video with Tim Pool and other alt-right commentators with much more in terms of substantial claims rather than, oh yeah, this guy's a hack for Russia Today. Let's see. I'm a big fan of Legal Eagle. Let's see. Let me pull up more travel for animals. very good. That being said, even though it is more substantial, it's still an allegedly. So that's me covering my butt. So this will have been from almost over 2 years ago. Kittens at the zoo in Budapest. Just gotta wait for it to stop buffering. I love when they get big like that. I love the stripes. The stripes stay on for a minute. Most of the time they end up fading away, but sometimes they'll still remain present in the rest of their body rather than only the tail. Ah, that's some good wholesome fun there. To be a cat, couldn't imagine. Top cat is winning. I'm gonna pretend that bottom cat's letting it win. Ah! Very silly. Let's see what the comments say about all that. Yee. Absolutely adorable. We love that for them. They're living their best life. All right, let's find a few more. Huh, so this channel is relatively recent. They do not have much more Pallas cat content, which that's a shame, but it's all right. It's better than nothing. More of them being silly little fur balls. This was probably from this was from May the same year, so at least a month earlier. And they are significantly smaller. They still have the stripes though, which is very adorable. The white floof underbelly, it's pretty good. Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're gonna have a really good Misty experience with Cerulege. Do you have a way to set Sunny Day? Because Solar Blade is a 2-turn move. I love when they try to play with each other's tail. Oh, awesome. I love that for you. Drought Torkoal, very litty. They do need better music in these, though. You can only hear the same song so many times. That's okay, though. Yeah, very hot turtle. It's a shame it's only Torkoal. It could definitely use another form. In Mega Moemon, Blaine leads with a Torkoal. It's not fun. But compared to the comps in this, Moemon is vanilla plus in difficulty, so it's nowhere near as bad. Oh no, you got me. Save me, Anakin. I'm too weak. Let's start looking at that Legal Eagle video I mentioned. Legal Eagle, he's a lawyer. He'll usually collaborate with other lawyers. For example, he's had Liz Dye on, yet another lawyer, who would talk about Project 2025 or the Trump immunity, all sorts of shenanigans. He also did a video where he reacted to the first episode of Phoenix Wright the anime with a lawyer from Japan, and it was a pretty good time. I thought it was cool that he went out of his way to do that.
So it turns out those right-wing media personalities who were spewing insane pro-Russia misinformation were paid by Russia. The Justice Department indicted 2 people working for the TV network Russia Today for illegally funneling $10 million to right-wing YouTubers to push narratives favorable to the Kremlin. The indictment goes after Tenet Media and his roster of influencers, including Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson. Now, I know it would be easy to drag Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, and Benny Johnson for, at best, being useful idiots. Kremlin puppets. People with zero ethics whose ethical compass is either broken or non-existent. Shills willing to shill for Russian interests. Sellouts for a few rubles. Gormless morons who saw conspiracies everywhere but in the mirror. Complete imbeciles who either didn't check where their money was coming from or didn't care.
No, Devin. Tell us how you really feel about these people.
Dumbest Russian assets in a race to the bottom of the Bochka.
Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy.
Where was I? Oh, right. But let's not do that, because you see, they are the real victims.
Oh, of course.
To them.
Obviously.
They were paid millions of dollars. Several received $100,000 per episode. So please, shed a tear for them. Now, these guys have a history of spouting basically pro-Russian propaganda, though they claim that no one ever had editorial control over their content. But hopefully these guys are just going to tweet their way through this. Tim Pool went on the Ben Shapiro show to explain how the whole criminal enterprise worked.
Lauren contacted us and was saying, you know, we'd love to license something from you. Or we agreed to a non-exclusive broadcast license, which meant that we own the show. The show is
all right, so it's going to be Mousehold,
which is its own company.
Beat up is going to hurt.
We own distribution rights. We own audio distribution rights. Everything about it. They just effectively paid for a license, which would have it appear on their YouTube channel Friday mornings at 10 a.m. And with that, they got to use my likeness and things like that.
But as part of this investigation, the government also seized over 24 internet domains allegedly directed by the Russian government. These influencers collectively made at least $10 million from Russians who directed them to follow pro-Russia talking points. As Molly Knight points out, Tim Pool and Benny Johnson have gotten more money from Russia than Hunter Biden allegedly got from Burisma. Tim Pool is allegedly now cooperating with the feds, while Johnson posts Bible verses on Twitter. So let's talk about why these guys are going through some things. This indictment, and I remind you, these allegations have not yet been proven
allegedly,
in court, accuses Konstantin Kalashnikov and Elena Afanasieva of secretly working for Russia Today, which is known as RT. Russia Today is a state-controlled broadcaster. That means it is funded and directed by the Russian government through its state budget. RT operates as an international news and media organization, and although RT presents itself as an independent media outlet, its editorial policies and operations are widely understood to be aligned with the interests and objectives of the Russian state. Kalashnikov, quote, manages multiple RT covert distribution channels in the United States. According to investigative journalist Christo Grozev, who worked for Spiegel and Bellingcat, Kalashnikov is the son of the Donetsk deputy mayor who sided with the Russian invaders in 2014. That's him on the right. Grozev reported that Kalashnikov managed to get visas for 4 trips to the U.S. West Coast between 2016 and 2021 during the Trump administration. Elena Afanasieva, who goes by Lena, described herself as, quote, a producer at RT dealing with overseas affairs and news. Here she is on Telegram. Now, according to the indictment, the defendants funded by RT laundered almost $10 million through shell corporations to covertly support a Tennessee-based company, which the indictment refers to as U.S. Company One. This company then produced videos for social media platforms like YouTube and TikTok without disclosing RT's involvement. Company One is not identified by name.
And this wouldn't be the only misinformation that comes out of Russia Today. I watch a decent amount of Laser Pig. It's very much for entertainment value, but he's talked about the fighter plane mafia at least once. These are people who claim to have more or less been in charge of or were the designers behind prominent planes like the F-15, F-16. They constantly bash things like the F-35, F-22, F-111 as over-designed, over-expensive, and they act like simple solutions are the best, and the only knowledge they really have is outdated knowledge from, you know, the 60s and 70s when, if any of their claims were to be believed, they had some businesses in aerospace. And Pierre Spray, he's one of them. He'll go on Russia Today all the time and talk about how Russian hardware's better because it's rugged, it's simple, and the F-35 is bad because it has complex, untested avionics, and it's expensive. So that was a little thing that I thought of when Devin mentioned Russia today.
In the indictment, but Company One is 10
Oh no, poor
the
Bugsy.
indictment says on its website, U.S. Company One described itself as a network of heterodox commentators that focus on Western political and cultural issues, and identifies 6 commentators, including Commentators 1 and Commentator 2, as its talent. And people quickly found that Tenet Media uses the phrase a network of heterodox commentators in the description on its website. And Tenet Media was incorporated in Tennessee on January 19th, which is the same date of the incorporation mentioned in the indictment. Now, Tenet Media was apparently founded by Liam Donovan and Lauren Chen, who are referred to as Founders 1 and Founder 2, respectively. Chen's YouTube channel has over 500,000 subscribers, but her involvement in Tenet Media was not publicly known prior to the indictment. Chen used to host 2 shows for Glenn Beck's Blaze TV. She's a contributor to Turning Point USA, and in a statement, Glenn Beck's company said it fired her. Helpfully, Tim Pool and Betty Johnson both confirmed that they were named in the indictment.
Oh
in
boy.
a now deleted and revised tweet, Pool explained that he was an unwitting victim. Quote, should these allegations prove true, I, as well as the other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else in the company as to what they do or to what they are instructed. He mistakenly called the DOJ indictment leaked, missing the fact that it was actually part of a DOJ press release. He added, quote, that being said, we still do not know what is true, as these are only allegations. Putin is a scumbag, Russia sucks donkey balls. And recently he's done a complete 180 and started posting pro-Ukraine tweets. Though it would not surprise me if this is just a troll and he thinks he's playing 4D chess.
I
But
believe
for
it.
future reference, Pool appears to be commentator 2 in the indictment. The Russians paid Pool $100,000 per video to host podcasts and make videos. And over the last couple of years, Pool just happened to become very preoccupied with the idea that the U.S. is on the brink of civil war.
Whoa, that's
and that was one
wild.
of the core messages that the Russians apparently wanted to promote. And we'll have more on how the talking points tie in with a Russian op called Good Old USA in a few minutes. And now that the indictment is public, Pool has apparently changed his mind about the deep state. He said he's been contacted by the FBI because he's a victim of a crime and intends to cooperate. Benny Johnson is also tweeting through it. He said, quote, a statement on the leaked DOJ indictment today.
I love when bad actors who have been caught with their pants down. No. They're the victim. It's big bad deep state after me. I'm just a poor little YouTuber. Certainly I couldn't be, held accountable for anything. Alright, so one trainer down, on to the next one. That actually wasn't that bad. I'm not looking forward to Cyclizar. I think I can taunt though, and then we'll have to swap out basically.
A year ago, a media startup pitched my company to provide content as an independent contractor. Our lawyers negotiated a standard arm's length deal, which was later terminated. We are disturbed by the allegations in today's indictment, which make clear that myself and other influencers were victims in this alleged scheme. My lawyers will handle anyone who states or suggests otherwise. So there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, the indictment was not leaked, it was unsealed. Johnson is not a victim of the deep state, and it's hard to just claim that you're a victim when you accepted a whole bunch of money to be a useful idiot for Russia. And as for about his lawyers handling anyone who suggests he wasn't a victim, well, bring it on, I guess. Dave Rubin also confirmed he was one of the influencers. Quote, these allegations clearly show that I and other commentators were the victims in this scheme. I knew absolutely nothing about any of the fraudulent activity, period. People of the Internet was a silly show covering viral videos, which ended 4 months ago. The DOJ never contacted me regarding this matter, and I have no intention to comment further. This screenshot directly from the indictment speaks for itself. Rubin is referring to paragraph 4 of the indictment. Quote, Kalashnikov, Afanasieva, Founder 1 and Founder 2 also worked together to deceive 2 U.S. online commentators. Now, the key word here is deceive because the government says that the Russians and Tenet Media founders kept its talent in the dark about Russia's involvement. And it's important to note that the DOJ did not charge the influencers with any crime, though we'll discuss their level of culpability in a minute. But here's a sample of the kind of videos that Tim Pool was making under this contract.
Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
Now, part of the story I completely believe, and part of it I think is an outright lie. It's entirely possible that the influencers had no idea where this money was coming from. The indictment says that the money was funneled from Russia Today through foreign shell corporations to Tenet Media and then dispersed to the various influencers. And the indictment says that Donovan and Chen actively tried to deceive the right-wing influencers. So it's possible they had no idea where the money was coming from. Though what they had to do for this huge amount of money is so suspect that they should have been asking more questions, which is the part of this clip that I believe is an outright lie.
Yeah, due diligence. If I'm being given a bunch of money to more or less, hey buddy, keep doing what you're doing because that person likes my message, I'm probably gonna want to look into, like, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart, and that's kind of where Devin's going with that, I think.
Tim Pool says that $100,000 per episode is basically the going rate for his podcast. That's not true. The podcast that he's referring to got between 100 and 200,000 views per episode, and the nature of the deal was a non-exclusive license, meaning that he could host it on his channel and also on the Tenet Media channel. So in other words, it was basically a huge amount of money for basically zero work. And that's sort of the whole point. Even if they never received explicit talking points, they were given this money, which is fungible, by the way, to amplify their message. And if they weren't given talking points, it's because the Kremlin liked their message so much that they had no notes and just wanted to amplify the message as is. Now, does this content reflect Tim Pool's real opinions?
No
That's
idea.
for viewers to decide. Forbes is reporting that Rubin is apparently referred to as commentator 1 in the indictment. Rubin signed a contract that paid him $400,000 a month, plus a $100,000 signing bonus and performance incentives. Lauren Southern, Benny Johnson, and Matt Christensen are the other influencers who work with Tenet Media.
And once again, this is still all allegedly.
Says one of the influencers announced the company's formation in a video. That was Christensen. And after news of the indictment broke, Christensen told his viewers on a YouTube stream that,
I guess if you think that pro-America is pro-Putin, and when I say that, I mean like core constitutional foundational Declaration of Independence type stuff. So, yeah, I guess if that aligns with Putin, then I've been had.
Now, pro tip, if you think that America's founding values are best exemplified by Vladimir Putin, then yes, you've been had. Now, I don't know what's worse, being paid to shill for Russia or being willing to shill for Russia regardless of whether you were paid. Now,
The second one's definitely worse.
It's not illegal to run a Russian-backed TV channel. In fact, it would be illegal under U.S. law to shut it down. It's also not illegal to state Russian talking points, nor is it illegal to be paid to speak them. The First Amendment is the First Amendment. But it's also not illegal for platforms like YouTube to not allow those state-backed media platforms on their own platform, which obviously would make it hard for those state-backed media organizations to get the reach that they want, leading them to covert operations. And it is illegal for foreign influencers to try to influence people without registering as a foreign agent. Now, obviously, if you're running a Russian, click below. Now, the indictment says that the defendants created fictional personas to disguise their identities and the true source of the money that they were paying these influencers. For example, the defendants created Edward Grigorian, a fictional private investor who was presented as the sponsor behind the company.
I also suspect that creating fictional people and various shell companies to commit and conceal these acts, not only is it common, but it speaks to, what's it called? It speaks to consciousness of guilt. And that's something you'll see in crime coverage all the time. It's like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing was wrong. Okay, so why were you trying to get away with it by disposing of evidence, doing Google searches prior to the fact that would help you get around it, figuring out what you're doing, fitting what crime, like, oh, what do I need to do for it to be third degree? How do I avoid first degree? Stuff like that. It absolutely speaks to the state of mind and intent of the actor.
Grigorian was supposed to be a wealthy businessman from Belgium with ties to finance. In reality, no such person existed, as evidenced by the fact that there is literally no information about him on the internet. The closest you'll find is this poor associate at the law firm of Latham and Watkins. Kalashnikov pretended to be Grigorian, creating a fake accent during phone calls with influencers. And then there's Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesty. Afanasieva used these two fake identities to direct the editing and publishing of content for Tenet Media. These names allowed her to act covertly without revealing her connection to Russia Today. Afanasieva, through these personas, monitored the content released by Tenet Media influencers. For example, on February 16, 2024,
no Cyclozar,
posing as Shudra
no
said,
Shed Tail,
I do worry that neither
love
Commentator 3 nor Commentator 1
to see
share
it.
any raw videos posted on X. Commentator 2 shared only one video this week. Commentator 4 didn't share any raw videos. She only shared her mini-doc and its promo. Commentator 5 is good at sharing our content so far. Since only one of the 6 influencers is a woman, we know that Commentator 4 is probably Lauren Southern. Afanasieva also identified the messages that she wanted the influencers to share. During the first 6 months of 2024, she posted links to approximately 841 video clips, which were routinely posted by U.S. Company 1 staff onto U.S. Company 1's social media channels. And the best example of all, which involved a very high-profile American conservative, quote, on February 15th, 2024, Afanasieva, while posing as Shudra, shared a video of a well-known U.S. political commentator later, visiting a grocery store in Russia. Afanasieva
Oh
posted
yeah,
video in the
Tucker
producer Discord
Carlson.
channel.
Oh
Later that day, Producer
no.
1 privately messaged Founder 2 on Discord, quote, "They want me to post this," referencing the video that Afanasieva had posted.
All right.
But it just feels like overt shilling. Founder 2 replied that Founder 1 thinks we should put it out there. Producer 1 acquiesced, responding, "All right, I'll put it out tomorrow." The clip that the Russians desperately wanted to share was Tucker Carlson's grocery shopping in Moscow. Here it is.
At that point, maybe it matters less what you say or whether you're a good person or a bad person. You're wrecking people's lives in their country, and that's what our leaders have done to us. And coming to a Russian grocery store, the heart of evil, and seeing what things cost and how people live, it will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway, radicalized. We're not making any of this up, by the way, at all.
A producer thought this
I don't
came
know
too
about
close
any
to
of that.
overt shilling for the Russians. Senator Tom Tillis agreed. He shared this clip and called Tucker
Oh,
a
yeah,
useful
fluffy.
idiot. But Chen
I'm
and Donovan
stupid.
told the producer that they had to comply with the request, so the influencers featured the clip.
And so Tucker Carlson, the great liberator, is there in Moscow, ironically, to free people.
Pretty incredible that Tucker Carlson is so shameless that even the Russians are
Oh,
like,
thank
"It's
you,
a bit
Tucker.
much." The defendants also
Comrade
sought to
Tucker.
manipulate the
What a
ISIS terror
lad.
attack on a music venue in Moscow, which killed about 145 people. The defendants saw the
Oh yeah, I remember that in the sense that I remember seeing things being talked about from social media that it was already trying to be spinned a certain way, and it's nice that this investigation and the documents that Devin are going over within it are more or less receipts and proof for that, rather than it just being speculation.
The attack as an opportunity to turn Americans against Ukraine. Despite public reporting that the foreign terrorist organization ISIS had claimed responsibility for the attack, Afanasieva requested that U.S. Company 1 blame Ukraine and the United States, writing, quote, "I think we can focus on the Ukraine-U.S. angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements." Commentator 3, who has not yet been identified, was eager to help. Quote, Founder 1 responded to Founder 1 when asked Commentator 3, and the next day confirmed that Commentator 3 said he's happy to cover it. And by the summer of 2024, the defendants were given the authority to post content straight to Tenet Media's platforms. Liam Donovan informed a producer that going forward, the defendants, quote, would be posting their own vids directly to the influencer social media accounts. The defendants then got, quote, unfettered access to serve RT messaging to the creators' audiences. The indictment alleges that the efforts to reach U.S. viewers were successful. Quote, since publicly launching in or about November 2023, U.S. Company 1 has posted nearly 2,000 videos that have garnered more than 16 million views on YouTube alone. U.S. Company 1 never disclosed to its viewers that it was funded and directed by RT. So basically the scheme looked like this. Russia paid money to Russia Today, aka Kalashnikov and Afanasieva. They would then take that money and funnel it through international shell corporations, which then paid wire transfers to Tenet Media, aka Donovan and Chen, who then dispersed that money to the influencers themselves. And as Poole and Rubin explained, this was basically free money. They got the funds to do things that they were already going to do anyway.
It's free real estate. Let's go.
Their rights or revenue. They just gave away these basically meaningless, non-exclusive licenses to Tenet Media. Now, FARA requires individuals and entities that engage in certain activities on behalf of foreign governments, organizations, or individuals
we're gonna go
to register with the
ACA
Department of Justice and
instead.
disclose their relationship with their foreign principal, as well as their activities, finances, and the nature of the work that they're doing. And the indictment accuses Kalashnikov and Afanasieva of conspiring.
And I remember when I was applying to work for the TSA, on some of the paperwork, it talked about money you receive. Have you been to any foreign countries? Do you receive money from foreign governments, etc.? And that reminds me of this little bit when Devin is talking about whatever FARA stands for.
To violate FARA by acting as agents of Russia Today without registering. The defendants allegedly secretly funneled nearly $10 million from RT through foreign shell companies to finance Tenet Media. The foreign shell companies were located in the Czech Republic, Hungary, the UAE, Dubai, Turkey, and the United Kingdom. The money was used to produce and distribute social media content that aligned with Russian government interests, especially on politically sensitive topics like immigration, inflation, and Ukraine. However, the defendants failed to register as foreign agents as required by FARA, thus concealing RT's role. The Tenet Media producers submitted invoices through Discord to the defendants, who then wired the money through dozens of foreign entities.
Damn.
Commentators 1, 2, and 3 collectively made $8.7 million from RT. But the influencers
All
weren't
right,
really
good.
generating very much revenue for Tenet Media. Quote, Commentator 1, Commentator 2, and Commentator 3 alone, consisting
Knock
of Founder
off,
1's
that's gonna be an
February 8th,
issue, so we'll
2023
swap out,
warning
I
to
think.
Persona 1 that it would be very hard to recoup the cost for the
I mean,
likes
that's
of
fine.
Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 based on ad revenue from web traffic or sponsors alone. The foreign wire transfers far exceeded the receipts of the advertising revenue.
All right.
Indeed, the approximately $9.7 million that
Cloister.
Tenet received from foreign wire
That's gonna
transfers
hurt.
represented nearly 90% of all the deposits into Tenet's bank account from in or about October 2023.
Wow,
to
that
in
is
or
nowhere
about
near enough
August
damage.
2024. That means that Tenet Media wasn't making much money from viewers or sponsors. It was almost fully funded by RT. Count 1 of the indictment charges Kalashnikov and Afanasieva of conspiracy to violate FARA. Overt acts in furtherance of conspiracy included recruiting Tenet Media, posting video clips to the Discord server for dissemination on the social media
Very
accounts,
nice.
and facilitating approximately 30 international wire transfers from foreign shell entities in furtherance of the conspiracy, each of which was
Oh, boy.
processed by a
That's gonna be
corresponding
awkward.
bank in the Southern District of New York. A willful violation of FARA, including false statements or omission of material facts, carries a penalty or fine or imprisonment of up to 5 years. Or
Oh,
both.
boy.
Count 2 is for
I'm gonna have to
conspiracy
redo
commit
this
money
one.
laundering. Since the funds used to support Tenet Media were routed through foreign shells, the
There
indictment
you go.
connects the FARA
All right,
violations
nice.
to money
First try.
laundering.
Let's go.
These
Love
laundered
to see
funds
it.
were intended to finance operations that violated FARA, including influencing public opinion on behalf of the Russian government. The indictment also made forfeiture allegations, which are necessary in order for the government to seize property or assets derived from, involved in, or traceable to the criminal activity committed by the defendants.
Oh, no,
The
I
indictment
didn't never
alleges that
push the
as a
ball.
result of
Oops.
committing the offenses, Kalashnikov and Afanasieva must forfeit to the United States all property derived from the proceeds traceable to the commission of the FARA violation and the money laundering. But what about the profits distributed to these 6 influencers? Well, it's possible that those influencers could be forced to forfeit those funds, but it's unlikely. So
Okay.
Tim will probably be able to keep his skate park. Now, there is
Oh,
not an
man.
end to this
So
situation.
basically,
The
nothing's
Federal
gonna
Trade
happen
Commission
yet.
regulates influencers on platforms like
Boo.
YouTube. The FTC requires
Boo.
influencers to disclose any material connections, such as payments, free products, trips, or other forms of
All right, let's see
compensation
what we're
that
doing for
promote
this
or
one.
endorse something. And under the FTC guidelines, influencers must clearly and conspicuously disclose their relationship with brands, advertisers, and entities who sponsor videos. These disclosures should be easy to notice and understand, preferably in the video or in the description. So what would the FTC make of this situation? It's not entirely clear. The influencers said they were shocked to discover that the money was coming from Russia, but of course, how credible is that claim? If someone you've never met before turns up with millions of dollars and offers it to you with certain strings attached that happen to be extremely pro-Russia, would you be suspicious? And in this case, the strings were
course.
immediately apparent. The indictment explains that the defendants demanded and got access to the Discord servers. Once they had direct access to the producers and talent, they were given the ability to post pro-Russia, anti-Ukraine, and anti-American content directly to the influencers' social media channels. The influencers say that they were already talking about those topics, so they weren't paid to emphasize specific talking
So they
points.
basically
But it's
shield
hard
for
to read
free.
the indictment any other way.
I love it.
Especially given that in a sister investigation that we'll talk about in a second, people were given explicitly pro-Russia talking points. Poole says he's a victim who had no idea the money was coming from foreign
Oh,
sources.
yeah, totally.
However,
I
a few
believe
years
that.
ago, Poole surmised that foreign agents could buy YouTubers.
So what happens with social media, particularly YouTube, where it's really
Self-reporting.
easy, you can have
You'll love
a
to
foreign
see it,
agent
truly.
or even the government or some corporation or whatever say, this guy talks about things that we really like. Dump ad money into his channel through Google AdSense, and they'll never know we were the ones funding him, and
Big
you
brain.
can't prove it.
The FTC might take a close look at the founders, Donovan and Chen, who knew that they were working with people affiliated with RT, and they were both paid contributors to RT. Founder 1 wrote 25 articles for RT's website, but did not disclose that they were paid to write them, and they knew that doing business with RT would be problematic in the U.S.
Yeah,
indictment
the
says that Chen and
failure to
Donovan, quote,
disclose is a
recognized that
big
truthfully
issue.
Disclosing their affiliation with RT made it more difficult for them to do business in the United States. For example, in February 2022, quote, producer 1 told founder 2 that, quote, when I was asking people if they wanted to interview, many said yes until I said I was with RT, so I switched to saying I was just working for founder 1. Founder 2 replied, ha, not surprised. It's possible that promoting talking points from Russia today without disclosure would run afoul of FTC rules, but that would probably require proving that they knew the defendants were not who they said they were,
Yeah.
which is definitely possible. Paragraph 22 of the indictment says that the defendants, through their fake personas, told them that, quote, management and marketing for the new platform social media accounts would be done by the Russian firm we agreed to hire. Donovan replied that he was, quote, happy to work with the Russian firm. The Russian firm consisted of defendants who later monitored and directed Tenet's activities under the guise of an outside editing
Oh, that's
firm.
going to be an
Then
issue.
Paragraph 27, quote, founder 1 and founder 2 admitted to each other in their private communications that their investors were in truth and in fact the Russians, the same term that founder 1 and founder 2 previously used to refer to RT while working directly under contract with RT as described above. So we may learn that more than just the founders knew it was the Russians. Tim Pool at least asked. He was reportedly happy with his contract and, quote, still would like to know more about the company and who he will be working with. The defendants put him on the phone with Edward Grigorian, who was really Kalashnikov, and then he was eager to move forward. Dave Rubin also apparently sought more information on Grigorian, which prompted the defendants to make up a fake
All right,
CV.
very good.
But Rubin was suspicious.
This is actually kind of funny.
The Russians, he thought the CV sounded a little too social justice.
So basically, he was suspicious in the wrong direction. Oh no.
Had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. Founder 1 suggested that Dave Rubin and, quote, Edward could simply speak together to clarify the profile.
Oh, that's good at least. That's the important thing.
As long as he was satisfied that Grigorian wasn't a secret social justice warrior. But what if Grigorian was a secret Russian with ties to the Russian government? Well, he evidently wasn't so
Yeah, that's
concerned
fine.
about
Don't
that.
worry
But
about
meanwhile,
it.
the creators are facing repercussions on YouTube. In Europe, Russia Today is banned. The US did not ban RT because it can't. But after the invasion of Ukraine, American distributors of RT America cut ties with the network
Save.
and
We gotta get
stopped
ready to fight
operating.
this guy.
Then YouTube blocked access to channels that are associated with Russia State Media, including RT. And now YouTube has taken additional action. It removed Tenet Media's channel just days after the indictment, saying it, quote, violated our community guidelines. But
Honestly,
Chen and Donovan
I'm gonna
charged
lead
violating
with
FAR?
Jellison.
Probably because the willfulness standard under FAR
I'm gonna
which
trick
requires more
room.
than just knowledge that
We're
you're a
gonna
business
energy
or foreign
ball.
national.
It's gonna be good
Violations
times.
willful only when the person acts with knowledge that the conduct was unlawful. They also might be cooperating with the Department of Justice.
I mean,
And in a
yeah.
related proceeding, the DOJ seized 32
It's in
internet domains for
self-interest
allegedly
that they're
engaging in a covert
cooperating with the
campaign
feds.
to interfere and influence the outcome of our country's elections. According to the unsealed affidavit filed in a federal court in Pennsylvania, Russia has been engaged in an influence campaign called Operation Doppelganger. They called this the Good Old USA Plan, which I'm sure sounded like the Good Old USA Plan, which sought to exploit existing societal divisions in the U.S. in order to secure a Trump victory by leveraging far-right conspiracies and racist
Yeah.
stereotypes.
It's
The
really
Good Old
great
USA planning
that you
document
get a
says,
lot
quote, "It
more
makes sense
after
for
that.
Russia to put massive
Though I
effort to
still
ensure
really
that
don't
the
like that in
Republican
Rad
Party's point of
Red.
view, first and foremost, the
You
opinion of Trump
don't
supporters,
get way
wins over
more
the US
stuff
public
until
opinion.
after
The plan
Koga,
involved creating
and then
fake
you don't
social
get
media
even more
accounts and
stuff
secret
until
sites
after
to
you beat the
influence public
game,
opinion, using
which you know
YouTube,
you already
Reddit,
beat the
Facebook,
game,
and Twitter
so
for
it doesn't
propaganda.
matter.
The plan particularly emphasizes X, where Russia maintains
I really
a network of
wish
200
Surf
accounts in Twitter
was given way
for
earlier
each of
than
50 states.
Koga.
The affidavit also reveals that Russia
Personally.
had a database of influencers from all over the world with heavy emphasis on the United States. Quote, one document revealed a list of more than 2,800 people on various social media platforms like Twitter, Facebook, and Telegram, spanning 81 countries that SDA identified as influencers, including television and radio hosts, politicians, bloggers, journalists, businessmen, professors, think tank analysts, veterans, professors, and comedians. When referring to politicians, the list often mentions which U.S. state and or political party they represent and the position they hold in Congress. The U.S.-based influencers accounted for approximately 21% of the accounts being monitored by SDA. So it's certainly possible that we will soon learn about more influencers being paid by Russian operatives. Perhaps that's
Hold on
why
a second.
It's certainly possible that we will soon learn about more influencers being paid by Russian operatives.
Oh, that's actually not bad then. I had to make sure.
Is warning other influencers to be careful.
But I'd be remiss as a former
Okay.
federal agent to not warn people that given these accusations
What was I looking for? Oh, yeah.
are
Right.
other people, I'm not accusing anyone specifically, I want to be clear, are people working with the feds right now to try to ensnare other conservative influencers
Possibly.
into this alleged operation?
We'll never
I'm
know.
just gonna say this.
Well, not until later,
Be
at least.
very careful who you're emailing, and be
All right,
very
let's see.
careful who you're talking to. and
Energy
be
ball.
Very careful that you're not talking to someone
Yeah,
working
Fall
with the
Canyon would have
feds
been
on
real
the other
nice.
end of the line.
Now, there's several ways you can read this clip. Perhaps he's telling them not to be gullible, or perhaps this is a warning to other influencers not to cooperate with the investigation.
Yeah,
But if you
that's much more reasonable. All right, we don't need rain dance for this, so we're fine. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're gonna go back to Pokemon. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that video by Legal Eagle. I'm sure we'll get updates on him regarding Tim Pool and other right-wing grifters getting caught up with the facts, them basically being paid shills for Russia. So, you know, we actually have some proof there, allegedly. Legal Eagle, he's covered a lot of cases. He covered Theranos. That was the fake blood testing. He's covered the QAnon shaman with Liz Dye. He's covered various Tesla things, Trump election fraud, all that good stuff. All right. All right. There you go. That'll work. All right. So we're just getting ready for this fight. Yes. But let me pull up the raid den thing and I'll show you. I'll zoom in all the way so you can actually see it. There you go. That'll help. And yes, it is. All right. Yeah, no problem. Glad I could help. We'll try this and see how it goes. Ah, boy. Empoleon. Maybe I can get a flinch out of it. Well, that did not work out the way I needed it to. Yeah, I need to bring Sableye in to stop Empoleon from doing anything stupid like that. I mean, it happens. Can't win them all. All right. For now, we'll store you. Sableye. Excuse me. Then we'll swap in right away to do the taunt. All right, fake out, taunt, Will-o'-the-Wisp. Well, that definitely did not work out the way I would have preferred, but yeah, you hate to see it, really. There we go. There we go. Very good. Go back into Prongles. All right. Not too bad. Very good. Nicely done. All right. Now, the bullshit of this one stall team. So we're gonna go in with Gengar, and we're just gonna hit him with a fat sludge bomb. And we're gonna basically try to do that to everyone. This is probably the one time I will use Mega Gengar. Alright. Withdraw. All right, there we go. Save. All right, very good. Okay, that's normal. All right. Fake out. Taunt. Okay. Taunt. I mean, it's not the worst. There we go. Go into Big Fist. Dynamic Punch. Dynamic Punch. Dynamic Punch. Alright, nicely done. That was an easier victory road, and I'm pleased. Now we're off to the silly double battle. Alright. Alright, nicely done. I just have to remember where heavy duty boots are. Alright, we'll heal. Thank you. Alright. Let's see. Name. All right. I think that's them. Very good. Now we can use that. Yeah. I used, Psychic to almost kill the Nidoking. Then I used Earthquake to kill everyone but, my guy. Alright, very good. And then obviously the silliness that is coming up, i.e. Supercell fight. There we go. Alright. Save. No, wrong way. I always go the wrong way the first time. Alright, Supercell. That's fine. There you go. Lamau. Save because I don't want Ice Lorelei. Honestly, I've had no ground Pokemon, and what usually ended up happening was I survived with one Mon left. Alright. Nope. We're gonna go for Water Lorelei. So we reset. Yeah, very good. Alright. So let's assemble who I know I have to have. Then that leaves basically one slot left. Alright. so we're gonna grab Shed Ninja. We're gonna grab probably Ursa Rings. I think that'll be better than Annihilate. We'll grab Go Lurk, because no guard is kinda litty. Chandelure. Okay. Mimikyu for Lance. So then that leaves one slot open. Alright. I don't know what an Ursaluna S would be. I guessed Ghost fighting special oriented. Alright, let's see. Alright, so let's see. How are we doing this? Gotta make sure I have all my items. I don't want to go in like Galvanix did that one time and have Focus Sash not in his inventory. Okay. Yep. Salt Vest. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so I can go damage item for one hit wonder, which is fine. We're gonna ditch Home Claw for Sword Dance. I can always reteach Aerial Ace, not a big deal. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see what else we might need. No guard is fine. I want to make sure if there's any ag moves I have, I don't get rid of those. All right. Nope. All right. I think the last slot's gonna be Aegis Slash, so I have steel coverage. Okay. I can always relearn Trick Room if I need to. I'm gonna need to double in on Ogre Pawn and make sure it dies. So basically, Flying Poison Bug are my only option for that. Alright, let's see. Excuse me. Alright, I need to check like one more thing. I mean, that's not great, but it will be better than nothing, you know? Okay. Maybe. I need to look something up. Okay, I think that'll work. This is likely gonna take a few tries anyway, so I'm not too concerned. No. No. All right. Yeah, I think that will be fine. So... okay, no steal. We like that, at least. Actually... Actually, let's just make sure it does die on the first turn. No fooling around. Obviously, water, not gonna be great. So we'll have to go Aka Berry. Okay, not Aka. Passo. Aka's Fire. Okay. We'll stick the Shadow Tag. We'll just go special attack up to be safe. Alright, modest. Alright. I'm gonna need to grab more dream patches because I will be having to swap abilities as necessary. We'll grab Aerial Ace just for this fight. I don't think... Let's see. Actually, no, I'm not. I don't need it for this, because I know what I was gonna do, and then I decided not to. So, nope, alright. This kinda needs a change. I need to also check something else because I'm not very deep in terms of my grass coverage for Swampert, which is kind of an issue. I didn't really care about that though, so whatever. I don't want to give that up. Yeah, they are. It is a shame. Bone Zone is cool, but that's basically it, you know? Alright, good. We can always get it back. Alright, I think we're more or less good to go. Let's see how fucked we are. We can always relearn play rough. I'll grab Thunder Punch, I think. There we go. Alright. Yeah, good idea. And that's actually something that I don't like about the Pikachus. I had to deal with this in Mono Electric. Yes, Light Ball is really great, and it means you don't get to hold a Resist Berry. So it's like, fuck, you know? Now... Alright. So I'm legit going into, what's it called? E4 with no megas, because there aren't any for me. Feels bad. Well, I use them all the time, and I'm glad you're such a gamer you don't need to. Alright, that'll work. Alright, save, and then it's time for Lorelei. Moment of truth. Alright, let's go. Alright, that's fine. That's also fine. No burn. Alright, Ogremon down. Love to see it. Polytoad, whatever. Iron Bundle, way more important. We are going to stay in with Shed Ninja because they can't hurt him right now. We love that. Since they want to swap out, I'm just gonna get some chip damage in on Iron Bundle to break the sash. I want to double check. Yep, that's fine. We're gonna swap into... Alright. Sash is broken. Not great. We're gonna Shadow Sneak Iron Bundle again. We're going to close combat the Iron Bundle. Alright, very good. Walking Wake needs to go down because it can hurt Shed Ninja. Okay. Of course, play rough would have been nice here, but such is life. Well, that's gonna have to be a super effective berry because of Hurricane. Not a big deal, but I'm not a fan, obviously. Okay? Damn it. Well, this is already a reset. I'm gonna have to be better. Alright. So we're gonna need to hold a Flying Berry so we don't instantly die. I am gonna have to hold Play Rough because as much as I like Thunder Punch, it just doesn't do anything to Walking Wake. It was certainly worth a shot. Alright. I kind of figured with Assault Vest I'd be able to live the Hurricane, TBH. Alright, we're gonna run it back. Let's go. Alright, Ogremon down. Love to see it. I'm gonna go in on Iron Bundle. We're gonna swap out Purim for Baloo. That was even worse. I lied. Going in on Iron Bundle again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save Baloo for later, it looks like. I think this takes it out. Alright, very good. Walking Wake, you hate to see it. Well, Swords Dance. Yeah, apparently not. Alright then, love it. Well, that's awkward. We need to just get rid of Walking Wake and we'll be fine. Alright. Oh, it's not gonna be enough. Alright. Alright. Alright, nice. So, Shed Ninja is fine. Alright, carried by one Sheddy boy. You'll love to see it. So now on to Bruno, and sadly Shed Ninja is going to be very not useful here. I'll hold heavy duty boots, and there's like 2 Mon that I can kind of fuck with, mainly Zacian, but that's about it. So every time Zacian comes in, I'm basically just gonna swap in Shed Ninja and be like, Lamau, you're stupid. We accept that Stealth Rock is coming in, which is why we have to have the heavy duty boots. Alright. Ideally, we want the Infernape team because I don't want to deal with knockoff from Great Tusk. Alright. So that's fine. The Focus Sash is gonna suck. Let's see. We can get rid of Koba. We want to hold a Fairy Berry in case we have to go up against What's His Nuts, Iron Valiant. Ah, it's Rosalie. I'm a silly goose. All right. Honestly, I think that's fine. Okay, so let's see what else I need to change. Lots of dark. Not a fan. Okay. So it's gonna have to be Culverberry for Big Fist. Dynamic Punch is fine, I think. Actually, maybe not. I don't want to accidentally get rid of it and not be able to get it back though, right? So I'm gonna save, and then I'm gonna get rid of it, and I'm gonna make sure I can actually get it back. Let's see what else. Okay. Also on you. Alright. We can take the choice band off Porum since we're not doing that. We're gonna go Babbery Berry because Steel is cringe. Okay, very good. Honestly, I think that will be okay as well. Very good. No. I mean, maybe. Let's see. No. Actually, I'll stick to that for now, I think. Yeah, let's run this and see how it goes. You need a Colbur Berry as well, which is fine. Agatha's gonna be brutal, but we'll get there. Yeah, I can see why Gale Wings was nerfed. It's quite nice. Uh-huh. Alright. Save one last time. Let's get it. Ideally, we get the Infernape team. As much as I like Shadow Tag, we're gonna go to, let's think about this. No, I think we can live it. I think we'll be fine. I do need to grab Psychic, though, because Shadow Ball's not gonna be enough. Also, it does have Focus Sash. Let's see. Initially, I was gonna eat the Pyro Ball, but then it'll just swap out if I'm not Shadow Tag. No. We'll do that for now. All right. Please be the Infernape team. It is not. And I forgot to put you in the lead, so that's perfectly fine. All right. All right, we got it again. We gotta keep resetting until we get Infernape. There we go. But sadly, I never saved because I'm stupid. So we did finally get the one I needed, but sadly, I never saved after putting Chandelure in lead. So that's an oopsie doopsies. That's a poopsie whoopsies on my part. There we go. All right. This is gonna take a minute. I apologize. There we go, finally. All right, so right off the jump, it's faster than me, so I'm not gonna be able to Trick Room. We're gonna Psychic, and then we're gonna Psychic again. I don't love Stealth Rock, but Shed Ninja has heavy duty boots. All right, in comes Urshifu, as expected. Wicked Blow probably kills me, but maybe it doesn't. Let's see. Okay, he swords dances. It very likely kills me now, but I kill him in one hit, so it doesn't matter. Love to see it. All right. They have nothing that can hurt me now, so in comes Shed Ninja. You love to see it. I think I am faster though. Oh, he buffed himself, but he took himself to half HP. Okay. All right, we're gonna swap into Shed Ninja. I'm just gonna sword dance because we know if I try to do anything else, it'll just swap. All right. Iron Valiant. That's fine. He uses his monster energy. Oh no, I totally forgot Ghost hits Shed Ninja. For some reason I'm like, oh yeah, dark, fire, rock, flying, and I forgot the last one. So that's an oopsie doopsies, poopsie whoopsies on my part. It's okay though. I'm glad we remembered it now, rather than get to Agatha and learn the hard way. All right, that's fine. In comes Zacian. There, that's better. Now that I'm not doing the coverage. Oh, I'm still taunted, okay. Swords dance, we got a flamethrower off, that's not too bad. A burn would have been nice. I'm still taunted. Actually, I'm gonna go Shed. Do a quick shadow sneak. In comes Urshifu. Not a great position, sadly. Okay. I'm hoping he does a sword dance, but he wants to hit Shed Ninja with a dark move, so it's probably a dark move, sadly. Okay, not bad. Beautiful. Okay, Lucario, we go back into One Hit Wonder. Since we can't stay in and buff, we're just gonna get chip damage. Iron Valiant comes in, he drinks his monster energy. We get some chip damage on Iron Valiant. He's going Shadow Ball probably. I'll resist it. Not bad, but also not great, right? Okay. I don't think I die here. Nice. All right, now we can go back into Shed Ninja, and now we're fine. Sword dance, sword dance, sword dance, shadow sneak, shadow sneak, shadow sneak. Oh no, Shed Ninja, whatever will we do? Sadly, Shed Ninja is basically going to be useless coming up because of Agatha. So we're going to save. Quick Breb. Gotta grab more water. Gotta stay hydrated, it's very important. Alright. Alright, so we're back. Off to Agatha. Honestly, I think we want the dark one, aka as much as I don't like Fluttermane, I think we want Dark Zoraorc, because then I can do a Poison Berry on what's her nuts? Poison Berry on Mimikyu, and then play rough him to death. So we're gonna hope we get that team instead of the first one. That being said, Fluttermane is annoying, so I may end up having to try to get the Hisuian one instead. So let's start working on that. We'll also save because it's been a minute. I don't want to lose my progress. All right. No, Barry. Okay. Kebia, there you go, okay. So we lead with Porum. We keep the play rough. Yes. I probably will have to do that. Obviously, I don't like that Fluttermane has Mystical Fire and Shadow Ball, but I don't need entry hazard boots on Shed, so that definitely is a good play. Thank you for the suggestion, Magica. Okay. Two dark moves, so I think I'm gonna go Ghost Berry for my Chandelure. And I'm gonna stick to Shadow Tag so they can't swap out. Okay. Big Sneak. We can definitely ditch Dynamic Punch. No. There we go, that's much better. Okay. Let's see what we're giving. I may have to keep fighting a fighting move just so I have coverage on Chien Pao and Zoroark, but Zoroark's ideally dead already, so it'd be only Chien Pao. So maybe I go Fire Punch instead. I think that'll work. Ah, very good. Okay. Let's see how this goes. You're gonna get a Fire Berry because there's more fire than there is the other thing. Akka, yep. We'll stick to that for now. This is gonna take a few times, to say the least. All right, let's go. That's fine. Let him taunt. I don't care. It's the wrong team, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Swaps out and get Gengar. Gengar resists because of course. Of course I don't have Shadow Sneak. I'm stupid. So that's already a reset. And I'll put Shadow Sneak back on instead of Leech Life. Well, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. Watch as we don't get that one. But that would be for the best, so it's fine. Alright, we did. Interesting. Okay, Gengar. I don't love it, but we did do a decent chunk. And he no longer has Levitate. So Gengar can suck it. Now I regret not having fighting. Yeah, it's okay though. Very nice. He definitely outspeeds. So I think we just have to get some chip damage. Oh wow, yeah. I goofed it. Alright, that's fine. So I am gonna have to have some more ground or some more dark. Alright, let's see. No. The accuracy is a big no thank you. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. So just for now, we'll get rid of Iron Head. And then it was... What else did I want to change? That was fine. That was fine, I think. It wasn't fine, now that I think about it. Yeah, we're getting rid of Fire Punch. Okay. Let's run that back. I think we'll be fine. Alright. Interesting, Marshadow instead. You hate to see it. Big Sag. This is not gonna be fun. Aha! Okay. Very nice. Roaring mid. Nope. Very good. Gengar's back in. Get my Shadow Sneak in. I live this. Very nice. You hate to see it. The Shadow Sneak. Goldengo. Oh man. That's awkward as hell. Ha! I lived with one. Yes, no guard on Iron Fist. It doesn't matter because we just beat him. Your suggestion of Focus Sash shaves Shed Ninja on Marshadow. Alright, off the Lance. So let's see, ideally we want Aerodactyl because I don't want to deal with Garchomp. Alright. So we need heavy duty boots again for Shed Ninja. Okay, very good. Okay. We're gonna lead with Big Fist. Okay, so one dark move. Everything else is basically fire or ground. Okay, let's see. I think I go Assault Vest. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this part, to say the least. Alright. Alright. Good. Alright, so we'll go Shuckaberry. Actually, no. No, we're doing Overheat. Choice Specs Overheat to tell Metal to fuck off. Alright. I totally forgot we had to do that. Alright. Alright. I'm also going to ditch Flamethrower for Will-o-the-Wisp since there's so much in terms of physical. Alright. There we go. Okay. Okay, good, 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 good. Wait, what's your held item? Yep, okay. Flying Berry, because it's gonna hurt. No, not Kevia. Cassiv, I think, right? Let's see. Yes. No, not Cassiv. Koba. There you go. I so rarely use it. I don't have any ice, so we're just gonna give Ice Punch to a few Mon as a backup. Normally I like having stab ice, but with the amount of Mons I had to more or less have, there's only so much I could do. Alright. Alright, let me check something. Alright. Rock slide it is. I think that'll be fine. Alright, let's get it. We want Aerodactyl. Let's go. All right. That's fine. Do your stealth rock shenanigans. Okay, that's fine. Dialga. This is shenanigans. So we instantly go into Shed Ninja. We're just shadow sneaking because he's going to be constantly swapping out to find a way to make him do stuff. All right, I'm not a fan because now this means whoever swaps in is eating 3 out of 4 moves, and I don't like any of it. All right, Porum. Nice. Beautiful. It's not enough, but I want to get some chip damage in. Yeah, all right. That actually might be enough with the high base stat. I'm praying it is. Okay, so that's a reset. And I can definitely do something different there, which is fine. Fucking Iron Juggalo. What a pain. Alright, wrong team, but I'll try to play it out and see what happens. Okay, 1 down. Iron Juggalo comes in. Yeah, not great. Okay. Shed Ninja. Okay. Ah! I was hoping I'd be slower so I'd be able to go first, but it didn't matter. So that's okay. Alright, same thing as before. Alright. This is gonna hurt. Nice. You love to see it, really. Okay. Am I faster? I feel like I am. Actually, no, I probably am not now that I think about it. No, I might be faster. Okay. Not bad. Get some decent damage in. Sadly, Dialga's really silly. Alright, we're gonna come in. We're gonna Shadow Sneak, Iron Jugulus. Okay, we're gonna Trick Room. Not great. We're gonna play rough. I don't love it, but it's okay. Let's see. We are definitely slower, so we're gonna be fine here. Okay, Juggalo down. Off to Shed. Okay, in comes Salamence, who can still hit me. Salamence is very scary. Okay, we swap into... Oh, that's not fun. This is gonna be unpleasant. And it's gone, so I'm basically dead here. Fire Fang, as expected. I'm gonna get the chip damage since I know I'm dead otherwise. Oh man, that is such a shame. But now I get a clean swap, more or less. Did I have Shucka? I feel like I did. No, I had choice specs because Melmetal. Oh, that is so annoying. Oh no, the Melmetal. It's okay though, Shed Ninja can handle this. Alright. Of course. I hate it. Yeah, not great. I'm gonna have to reset again. Yeah, that wasn't bad. But sadly, I swear to God, Melmetal almost always comes out right away. The fact that Lance is keeping him basically till last is super annoying. So I'm gonna have to Shucka Berry. That way I can actually live the Earthquake. As much as I want to do Choice Spec Overheat. Alright. Save again. Alright. Dialga. We swap into Shed Ninja. Okay. We once again swap into Porum. We Trick Room. I hate losing the trick. Because he'll just hit me with something else, pop the balloon, and then Earthquake. I'm open to trying Air Balloon, but Shucka makes more sense to me. Alright, so it's Dialga, we go back into Shed Ninja. Okay, back into Iron Juggalo. Trick Room is still up, I think. Hold on. No, it's off now, fuck. Yeah, that's a reset. No, the thinking is he would read I have Shucka. He reads I have Air Balloon, so he hits me with Fire Fang instead. That pops the balloon, then he Earthquakes. If I have Shucka, I eat the Shucka, I get to go, and then hopefully I do the thing before I'm dead, you know? I don't see a world where he just earthquakes twice with Shaka. Alright, so let's keep going. And this is with the no, I have Shadow Tag, remember? So they can't run away. Alright. This is gonna hurt. The sleep. Go figure. It's the sleep. So we're gonna have to reset. And we're gonna have to hold a sleep berry on this one as well. And then I am gonna try your suggestion of Flash Fire instead of Shadow Tag. Okay. There we go. All right. There we go. Of course, that was a lot of damage with the assault vest, so there's a very real chance I just fucking die. And the cherry berry the sleep berry actually never goes off. All right, let's see. All right, let's try that again, shall we? Ideally, I did, but he's, Metal has not been coming in at all. So it's been a real wrench, so to speak, in my plan. Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking dead. All right. Trick room. Okay. Metal. More Iron Juggalo. So yeah, Trick Room is definitely not working for this. Hey, Dr. Justice, I hope you're not dead. It's been a minute. How are you doing? We are on Lance for Mono Ghost. All right. Yeah, so that sadly does not work. I'm sorry to hear about your slip disc. I have some bulging discs. My mom has back issues as well. I am glad your issue with the chest cold is gone, but I'm sorry to hear that you are struggling with yet another issue. All right. No. Honestly, I'm just going back to Assault Vest. And I'm fucked if I have to use it against, whatnot. Yeah, I hate that. I'm glad you finished Ultraviolet. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Was there something about it that really stuck out to you that you really liked? Finally, Aerodactyl. Alright, Iron Juggalo. We're gonna hope we don't get slept. We don't get slept? Hell yeah. I love that. Okay, let's see. That's awesome. I love that for you. There's certainly a balance between here, just have literally all the legends versus making you jump through an obscene amount of hoops, you know? So I'm glad that you got to enjoy that experience. Okay, in comes Metal. Melmetal's gone because of course he is. In comes Dragonite. This is not great. Yeah, this is not going well. This is definitely worse. Fucking Dialga. Whee! Oh, and new areas, even better. I love that. Okay, this actually might be enough. Please be enough, please be enough. It is, okay. Iron Juggalo down. Love it. Okay, that's an issue though. So now we need to go into... Yeah. I might have to hold the Yaka Berry instead. Oh, the burn! What an insult. You hate to see it, really. Oh, boy. Okay. Ah, you hate to see it, really. And I'm dead there. Lamau. Well, that was probably the closest we've gotten. The burn absolutely cucked me. Alright, so we're gonna have to go Aka Berry the next time. Alright, Frostbite, we take it. Alright, we don't wanna do Ice Punch because that'll activate his weakness policy. Ah, not enough. Feels bad, man. Alright. Porum. Melmetal. Iron Juggalo. Go back into Porum. Play rough. It's not going to be enough, sadly. But it will be enough here. There you go. Alright, Dialga's going to do Dialga things. We're going to go in with Baloo. Not a fan of that in the slightest. Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely not ideal. I needed to do that instead. Okay. Go back in with Shedinja. Salamence, not going to be a good time for anyone involved. Haha, Flash Fire. Honestly, I'm going to take this chance to do nothing, apparently. You love to see it, truly. Yeah, I need that Aka Berry, absolutely. This definitely feels like a winning combination. I am aware that there's no music. The stream is almost over, so I'm not going to add it yet. Actually, no. Let me put something on because I do still need to beat Rival. And if I don't beat Rival, then I'm going to have to rebuild the team. So actually having music will be ideal, now that I think about it. Hold on a second. We'll do this for now. Yep, Lance once again living up to his name, as expected. I also have an idea. Oh, is it? Oh, it's only from Tutor. Ah. Big Re. Okay. Let's make sure I actually made those changes. I did not. Okay. All right. Let's run that back. All right. All right, in comes Iron Juggalo. Nice. Okay. Bruh! You hate to see it, truly. That was definitely not the answer. At least I'm really good at figuring out what not to do. We just haven't gotten to the other part yet. Alright. Yeah, I cannot do the sword dance there. For some reason, I thought I'd be able to. That was definitely yet another way to not do it. I don't like the Garchomp team anyway, so don't worry about it. Alright, swap out again. Lamau. Well, fuck me, apparently. Alright. There you go. Arm Juggalo down. Okay. Not better. Not better. Weakness policy. I'm gonna have to do something different. This is why we can't have nice things, you know? But we're gonna get there. By hell or high water. Yeah. So no, I literally cannot stay in against Iron Juggalo with Go Lurk. I was really hoping I could, but it is just not happening. Alright. Alright. Back. Of course. Ah, frick. Stays in. Very nice. Love to see it. Melmetal down. I'm kind of fucked here, though. It's just gonna go like double edge and kill me. Or it'll go Earthquake since my balloon's gone. Maybe the random move it chooses will be fire, and I'll be immune. That would be nice. Nope. Too much to hope for, apparently. Alright, we're getting there, though. Alright, Iron Jugulus is still up. Not great. Oh, the double... Yep, that's a reset. So that combo definitely did not work. I wasn't able to get enough people dead. I needed to get Jugulus down sooner, basically, and it didn't happen. Alright. Ugh. That's so much damage. Maybe a citrus will save me, because it'll proc halfway through. That actually might. Let's see. We'll do that. Alright. Save again. We're gonna get there. Alright. Go into Shed Ninja. Jugulus. Porum. Very nice. Ugh. I was hoping it would work, go differently. I am not a smart man. Yeah, this is already fucked. I had an idea, and yeah, it sadly did not do the thing I needed it to. Okay, so if we're gonna do it like that... No, that's not gonna help, sadly. We're gonna get there. By hell or high water. Let's go. Alright. Alright. Oh no, because of the rock, Sash is pointless. I'm already stupid. Alright. No. Of course, go back into... Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna be fast enough, and Shadow Sneak won't do enough, sadly. There we go. Okay, Salamence. This is gonna hurt. I think the smartest play is try to get the Will-O-the-Wisp off, so it just does less damage. Beautiful. If I knew it was gonna D-Dance, I absolutely would have went Trick Room. Alright, very nice. Alright. Okay. Beautiful. Alright, Dialga. Go in with One Hit Wonder. Pounce. Yeah. Not great. Okay. This is gonna be an issue. I'm gonna get chip damage. Okay. Ah! Oh, that's right. I think it's only these two now. We may have finally did it, chat. Love to see it. Alright. And then Melmetal. Suck it, Lance! Alright, now off to Rival. That will be the capstone, provided this team can actually beat Rival. It wouldn't be the first time I got the Rival on literally the first try, and then I didn't have a team to beat, what's his nuts? Alright, so they have Squirtle, so it's gonna be this team. Mega Metagross is gonna be horrifying. And I'm not pleased with Koraidon or Yveltal. So, priorities. Yveltal needs to go down. Basically everything needs to go down. But Yveltal is probably the biggest threat because everything's ghost, so everything loses to Dark Hole. Alright. Let's see how we want to play this. Let's double check and make sure I'm not goofing myself, because I might be. No, we're fine. All right. What do I want to give it is the real question. Honestly, I might go for Spell Tag. Part of me wants Focus Sash, but I feel like I'm gonna need Focus Sash for something else. So it's kind of difficult to be like, yeah, use that. Oh, I know what I can use. Just in case there's contact shenanigans. We'll do that. And then we'll lead with that. Alright, so we're probably gonna keep the Chesto because Dark Hole is a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay, we're gonna stick with Flash Fire, and we're probably gonna have to go probably Pyappa. Let's see. Nope, we're gonna go Dark. Giggity. Alright. So, Colbur. Alright, that's fine. We're gonna keep the Chesto. I'm gonna keep the Trick Room. Okay, let's see. I think we go Colbur again. Yep. Instead of Focus Sash, we go Akka due to all the fire. Maybe. And then Baloo. I'll see how this goes. I may have to rely on shenanigans. All right. All right. We'll do that for now, and we'll play it by ear. All right, let's go. Casual Ultra Beast, by the way. You love to see it, truly. Haha! Alright, we're getting some easy damage in. This is gonna be a fire move. So we want to get out. Okay. Very nice. No flinch. Off to a good start. Flinch is cringe. Okay, in comes Velveeta. I want to get out now because I'm basically dead. Okay, how are we dealing with Velveeta? Let's see. I think we'll start with what we were doing before with Porum. Okay. Runs away. That's fine. In comes Eternatus. I don't love that. We need to get out. This is probably Sludge Wave. All right. Problem is, if I go ground, it probably swaps to Velveeta. So I'm gonna go Ice Punch instead. Now that we know that it doesn't go into Velveeta, I probably would have done Headlong Rush. Get a shadow sneak in. Definitely not enough damage, but it's kind of okay. I think this will be enough, though. I was wrong. So this is probably a reset already, but all right. More Velveeta. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Sadly, I think I'm dead. Yeah. You hate to see it, truly. The heal! I know, right? That would be, I don't know. Well, actually, no. I don't know what the creation trio is. Oh, okay, thank you. I'm sure 4.2 will have something busted like that. All right. So already Oblivion Wing's an issue because of the ability to heal from it. So this is gonna take some work. All right. Okay. Ah! The Ditto! So annoying. So annoying. That's fine though. All right. Yeah. All right. Better luck this time. Let's go. All right. All right. That's fine. All right. No, that's gonna have to be a reset then, sadly. Nice. Ah, sussy Amogus imposter. Not great. Oblivion Wing probably just fucking kills me here. No, but sadly it gets all its health back basically. So not ideal. Nice, no more Velveeta. This is gonna hurt though. Ah, the Flare Blitz. You hate to see it, truly. Oh, that's so, this is unpleasant. Yeah. Well, that's awkward as fuck. So, I feel like that's definitely winnable, but I certainly did a bit of goofing, if you know what I'm saying, right? So, and honestly, I didn't even think I'd be fighting Koraidon. In my head, I'm like, oh yeah, I probably have to fight Miraidon. I have ground. We'll be fine. So that was very awkward. All right. Nice, one down. Get out. Okay, go back in. Ah, the Zen headbutt. You hate to see it. So cringe. Cringe, cringe, cringe. Cringe. It's okay though. At least it wasn't a flinch. Yeah, or Calgum Pulse does hit pretty hard. Ah, what a time to be alive, truly. We are truly in times to be alive. All right. If you mean for dinner, no idea. All right. That sounds pretty good. What kind of fish? And how are you preparing it? And what are you doing with the rice? All right. All right. All right. Lamau. More Velveeta. You truly hate to see it. We're dead if I stay in. This is not great. Ah! Yeah, that's an issue though. Ah, I would have been better off just doing it twice. Feels bad. Alright. Fucking Velveeta! You hate to see it, truly. Ah! I mean, we're fucked, but yeah, you know. Alright. Man, Psychic would have been really nice here. Lamau. Alright, so Psychic's going back on. That's definitely winnable. That felt the most winnable out of like all the things ever. Okay, let's see. Alright. I'm not overly familiar with turmeric. However, I love some garlic and parsley. I love rice. Good on you using water to help cut down on fat, etc. I have to look up the fish. Hold on. All right. Oh, okay. So, according to the internet, cod and haddock are within the hake family. So, presumably it's good? All right, there we go. Oh, that's even better. I've done some fishing back in my day, but when it comes to conservation activities like hunting and fishing, I was never really big into fishing. I did a bit of hunting, but obviously my cough doesn't make it very conducive to catch deer, so I mostly helped, aka the retrieval and processing of the deer. All right, let's go. All right. All right, very good. That's a problem. All right. Velveeta. no more Velveeta for you. Alright. Yeah, that's a reset. I need to make sure I have, what's it called? Chandelure. Chandelure cannot eat anything from Dynamax. Alright. Which, I mean, I knew the rock would be an issue, but I didn't think otherwise, you know? Alright. The Ditto. Not great, so I'm probably gonna have to swap out into Mimikyu for that instead if that happens again. Alright. Headlong Rush. I used the wrong... Brain's hurting. Have you been fishing a long time, Magica? Also, do you prefer freshwater, saltwater fishing? There we go, one down. Okay, it's gonna be Dragon Claw. Probably Flare Blitz. Okay. Ah, you hate it. Yeah, that absolutely messed it up earlier. That crit was an issue. It's okay though. I feel like we can definitely win this in probably the next 10 minutes. Alright. Magica. Shadow Ball. The fucking flinch. The flinch. The flinch is so cringe. All my homies hate flinch. Alright. Very nice. Flinch. Well, and a crit, so it didn't even fucking matter. Damage rolls are wild. That basically is wholly unacceptable. Luckily, it doesn't take too long to realize that it's already Jover, so then I can swap out and be like, well, it's clearly not this one. Alright, awesome. Velveeta, we're not a fan of. Horum. Okay. That was awkward. Motherfucker. You hate to see it. Alright. 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 That's all well and good. Gotta get rid of the Ditto so it can't swap back into that. Oh, that's such an issue. Hold on. Ah, alright. I think we're assault vesting just so I live from all that. Of course, now it's gonna change up what it does entirely, and none of that will matter. Alright. Alright, Assault Vest. Choice Band. Sash. Alright. That feels better. We can double. Yeah, I know, right? It's so wacky, wild, and crazy. Like, I have such a problem with this that it's no wonder I'm letting you have all the fun in Elite Redux. All right. That's fine. Mimikyu. Not good. Not good. Well, fuck me, apparently. Okay, that's technically fine, but it's also not good. Yeah. There you go, good enough. This is not the position I wanted to be in. Alright. Yeah, I'm basically fucked on this run. It's so Jover. Yep, that's fine. Alright. Alright. You hate to see it, truly. Alright. There you go, good enough. Go into Porum. Play rough, go into Big Fist. Headlong Rush. Velveeta, we want to get out of there. Ah, suck it, Velveeta. That's a problem, though. He's gonna Shadow Sneak, and I'm just gonna die. So... Okay. This is probably Flare Blitz? Yes. Ah, the Dragon Claw. You hate to see it. I needed to swap in. I'm a silly goose. Alright. Okay. We're doing it. Maybe. Maybe. Nice. Okay. Alright, we got there. Yeah, it's so gross. Oh, Mono goes down. We did it in one stream. Fucking love to see it. Suck a dick. And that's good because the next few days will basically be a, the burnout that I'm facing in Rad Red to regress. And then I think I'm gonna probably do either an elemental type or mono dark next. Alright, I need to make sure I actually grab the screenshot this time. Well, not really, but yeah. This took about, I think, 13 hours, realistically. Okay. There you go. It's finally Jover. Until you know, yeah, so not bad. 12, almost 13 hours. That's really not that bad, all things considered. All right, so we'll let this play out. We're gonna do a Pallas Cat video, then we're gonna find someone to raid. All right. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, let's let that play out. right, and we're back. Very good. All right, so let's pull up the cats. I don't know who Aiden Wolf is. Is that some sort of crypto bro? Yeah, super easy, by the way. Honestly, though, that was one of the easier monotypes, though, mainly because Shed Ninja. And if I had to do it without Shed Ninja, it definitely would have been more difficult. All right, let's see. I like this one because he's got silly wild Pallas cats in the wild, doing wild cat things. And he talks about how long it took to actually observe Pallas cats.
But finally, out of nowhere, the Pallas's cat makes an appearance.
Probably another monotype when I come back. I may do some Emerald Rogue. Very low profile.
And that's one of his most distinguishing features. As a matter of fact, his scientific name, Oducolobus, in Greek means ugly-eared.
Offensive. He's adorable. Ugly ears, shame on them.
It looks like there are two of them. One with a cut tail. And he's so furry.
Big fur. Woo! Big stretch. Oh, so adorable. And that twitchy tail. Okay. Enjoy Mono Fairy. That was my first monotype. Sevian Melodic. Very strong. Grimmsnarl. Very strong.
This is its home. 15,000 feet high up in the Himalaya.
Cottony, because Prankster, Trick Room, it's some good stuff. Big fan.
Something triggers the attention of the Pallas's cat.
Ooh,
It's
Borbs.
time to play.
So silly. Obviously, that bird, that probably eats baby Pallas cats. Once they're fully grown, they can't exactly carry them away.
I cannot believe it. I've just seen and filmed one of India's most incredible small cats.
They are incredible, and they are small.
Sandesh says goodbye to the Pallas's cat. But there are even more elusive small cats out there to find.
And then this, of course, was National Geographic UK. I don't think they have a full, like, Pallas cat documentary. It's just a clip. We'll find, like, one more Pallas cat video, and then, yeah. I definitely used Fluttermane as well. I'm not sure if it was in my Hall of Fame. I have experience with Mega Altaria, with return spam being boosted by Pixelate, so yeah, that'll probably be a really easy run for you overall. Obviously, all the steel coverage is going to be a pain, but I'm sure you'll find a way to endure. I like this one because it's Baby Shoe. It's not really baby anymore. He's over a year old at this point, but at the time he was only like 6 months. Yeah, Mega Absol is definitely interesting. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Grimmsnarl. Fake Out, Sucker Punch, Play Rough. He has Trickster, so he has access to Taunt. Very useful. This was at his zoo in Russia. Leningrad, to be precise. Shoe's such a big boy. Very much in his winter coat. I saw him in his summer coat on the Mental Discord, and he's significantly tiny. the tiny little legs. So adorable. And I love the little hop. Predator, by the way. Absolutely precious. Also in Fairy, you get Galarian Wheezing. Neutralizing gas doesn't always work, but you can use it to negate terrain effects, which is hilarious. Negating them in the sense that it prevents them from being summoned. So using it in Sabrina was useful. And then Levitate to avoid all the ground. Such a good boy. Very wholesome. I can't wait to see more Shu as he gets older. And hopefully he goes on to produce many Minul since we need more. What a fluffy boy. This was Monolization, aka Roman Pallas. Oh? Okay. Condors. Yeah, the condor is a very, very large bird. From what I remember, I want to say at least a 6-foot wingspan, if not more. I remember liking condors when I was younger. I had a book with a bunch of animals, and condor was one of them. All right, let's find someone to raid. I know who I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna raid someone who was lurking me earlier. I don't know if they're the biggest. Also, how is biggest being defined? Is it like wingtip to wingtip? Is it total mass? Because there's all sorts of metrics. So for example, people will go on about how like the anaconda is the biggest snake, but some people that doesn't help Magica. So as I was saying, the anaconda, some will say it's the biggest because it's the heaviest, but then some people will say it's like the Burmese python because it's the longest. So biggest flying bird is all well and good, but I still need to know how they're quantifying biggest. Are they going by its weight? Are they going by its total wingspan? Are they going by like, okay, thank you. So, all right. I can live with that, and thankfully there's no condor in my area because we have it bad enough with Canadian geese. Condor, they'd be like carrying away small children, even though that would be really funny. It would be less funny if they start carrying away my dog or something, you know. Thank you, VOD friends. Thank you, Magica. Thank you, Dr. Justice. Thank you, HQ. Thank you, everyone who came to suffer along with me. Once again, every Monday through Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, Radical Red, crime coverage, Pallas Cats. We're going to be rating someone to give them some love. And then very likely a monotype when we come back on Monday. I'm going to think about which one it's going to be. I have like 3 in mind. Mono Dark, Mono Water, and I'm going to leave the third one a secret. Let's get that raid on. Lurkers and VOD friends, hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good rest of your Wednesday to Monday, and I will see you all then. Take care, everyone. Thank you. All right, there we go.